Oh, really? What part of the story? Oh, Bellatrix was painful. But I don't get why. Oh, so when you're like at the girl.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will call the Missoula City Council meeting of November 23rd, 2020 to order. This is a Zoom webinar. Thank you for joining us. There are a number of instructions online on how to join us. I will call for public comment several times during this meeting, and if you care to comment and you are using Zoom, please raise or lower your hand if you wish to be recognized using the raise lower hand feature. I will enable your microphone and recognize you, but you will need to unmute. If you joined us by phone today, you can also raise and lower your hand by pressing *9 and you can mute and unmute using *6. And if you are participating by phone, I'll call on you by the last 4 digits of your phone number. This evening, we have all council members present, except for Ms. Anderson and Mr. Hess.
I'm here. Ms. Anderson's here.
You are here. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
I'm here as well, Mayor.
And Mr. Hess, thank you. You sneaked in. All right, all council members are present, and we have minutes for 3 meetings. The meeting of July 13th, of October 26th, and November 9th. And without objection, those minutes will be approved. Seeing no objection among the body, we will move on to our schedule of committee meetings. Ms. Rabine.
Are we at committee scheduling? I'm sorry, I had to run into the other room.
Oh, you are. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I thought that might be the case because of the deafening silence. There isn't a city council meeting next week. It's the 5th Monday of the month, November 30th is. And so we are actually setting committee meetings for 2 weeks, but because this week is the Thanksgiving Day holiday, committee meetings are all going to take place on December 2nd next month. Land Use and Planning Committee will meet Wednesday, December 2nd from 9 a.m. until 10:15. Administration and Finance Committee meets from 10:30 in the morning till 11:45. Public Works Committee will meet from 12:15 to 1:45, and Committee of the Whole will round out the day, meeting from 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 4 o'clock. Again, all of those meetings are being held as a Zoom webinar, and the way to join that is to go to the city's main homepage, click on the meetings button in the middle of our page. That'll take you to Agenda Central for the city. And you can click on the agenda for any of these meetings, and the join the webinar link at the top of that agenda is the way that you access our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rabine. Any changes to the committee schedules? All right, seeing none, we will move on to the public comment portion of our agenda. This is your opportunity to comment on items not elsewhere on the agenda this evening. If you'd please keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less, we would appreciate it. And general public comment. And I have Nancy Crawford. Ms. Crawford, are you with us?
1 minute. Can you hear me?
We can now, yes.
I'll be right back in 1 second. I didn't realize you were going to call so quickly, but I'm here.
Hello,
Can you hear me?
we can, yes, ma'am.
My name is Nancy Crawford. I'm a mother and volunteer for PAVE, for Parents Against Vaping E-Cigarettes, or PAVE, a national grassroots organization. I'm going to tell you my story.
Ms. Crawford, I'm going to interrupt you. We will be talking about the smokeless tobacco and vaping later in the agenda. So
Yeah.
this is the time for general comment.
Oh, okay, so I'm not general. I'm the smoking and vaping group.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay,
We'll
I'll
talk
wait.
to you in a bit.
Okay, thanks.
And general comment. Matt Larson.
Yes, Matt Larson, Ward 3. Nice to see you all. As we come to the holiday season here, it's just winding down of 2020, and just thought I'd give a recap for everyone else outside in the Missoula land as far as like what's been transpiring here at City Council, because it's been quite an interesting year. We've seen the gutting of Title 20, regardless of any of the concerns of the communities that were expressed regarding parking and density of housing and all this stuff. And we've seen 2 officer-involved shootings this year. We've seen multiple murders this year, including one that transpired on Friday, blocks away from the police headquarters in broad daylight, purportedly. And we've seen needless expenditure across the board. We've seen the budgeting, the budget in its almost in its entirety. About 4% of the budget was shown to the public prior to September 22nd, when the city unannounced finally published the core budget documents that were requested by many people for months. We have still yet to see like an inventory from the police department or any of these other departments. And we're basically forsaken as you know, the people, the citizens of Missoula, to basically make the same budgeting mistakes we may have made the year before. And that's why it's crucial that we see these budget documents when we're discussing the budget. And apparently it's not even in the city council's wheelhouse to budget in the bus service. That's got to be loaded down on people at the last minute via voter initiative or a mill levy. What else has happened this year? I mean, it's been a tremendous year. You saw a buyback of a company owned by a former council person, John DeBari. You saw the city council buy back his Poplar Farm servicing company, which the Poplar market is non-existent. So why are we buying a company that services it? But then we see city council members slough that off onto the public as doing the greater good. We hear a lot about the greater good. Yes, we know that the Poplar Farm manages the sewage. We do not need to buy the service company. And it just stinks to high hell of just like a kickback or something weird. I mean, what's going on there? There's too many things to list in 3 minutes, but it's been a wild year and I look forward to the next one.
And I have caller last 4 numbers of the phone number are 2340. General comment this evening. Hello, caller 2340. Hello, caller.
Yes, I got on a little early. I was going to make a comment on the open space.
Oh, okay. We'll get you in a bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the caller 1166.
Yes, this is Jim Birchfield, and I also want to talk about open space, so I'll wait.
We'll get you in a little bit here, Jim. Thank you. All right, seeing no additional general public comment, we will move on to our consent agenda items here. Were approved in council committees to be placed on the consent agenda to save a little time on Monday evenings as we consider these items as a group. Ms. Rabine will read the list aloud so those in attendance or watching on MCAT will know what we're discussing, and we'll invite comment on these items before we vote as well. Ms. Rabine.
Thanks, Mayor Engen. We have, I think it's 5 items on tonight's consent agenda. The last one's really, really long. So let's get going. The first one is to ratify claims, which are the city's accounts payable. And they're in the amount of $1,058,430.96 for checks that are dated November 17th of 2020. Number 2 is to approve claims in the amount of $1,002,034.88 for checks that are dated tomorrow, November 24th, 2020. Number 3 is a resolution on the Mullen Area Neighborhoods Master Plan and Ordinance. We're doing first reading and preliminary adoption and setting a public hearing on December 7th, 2020, and preliminarily adopting an ordinance of the Missoula City Council establishing Title 21, Chapter 1 of Missoula Municipal Code to implement a traditional neighborhood development form-based code for the area generally located north of Mullen Road, west of North Reserve Street, south of West Broadway, and east of the Missoula International Airport. And just of note, both the ordinance and resolution will be holding a joint public hearing with Missoula County Commissioners on December 7th. They'll be joining us via our webinar at that meeting to hold those hearings. Number 4 is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign the 601 West Broadway Riverfront Trail Development Agreement with Riverfront LLC. And number 5 is the long one. We are taking steps to approve the Trinity Mullen 2-lot minor subdivision, and the first motions are lots of variance requests related to that matter. So here we go. We're going to approve the variance request to allow a 66-foot wide public access easement, 5-foot wide sidewalks and no boulevards for Mullen Road adjacent to the subject property. Approve the variance request to allow 47.5 feet of right-of-way, 29.5 paved street width, street width, curb and gutter, curb, sidewalk, and parking lane on the south side of the street, 5-foot wide sidewalk and landscape boulevard on the north side of Maple Street between West Broadway and the subject property, subject to the conditions of approval. Approving a variance request to allow a 5-foot wide sidewalk and no bike lane on the southwest side of West Broadway adjacent to the subject property. We're approving the variance request to allow a 6-foot wide public access easement and a 5-foot wide improved surface for a pedestrian trail between Maple Street and Mullen Road. And finally, approving the Trinity Mullen 2-lot minor subdivision based on the findings of fact and subject to the conditions of approval that are in the staff report as amended by the Land Use and Planning Committee. They're meeting during November 18th of 2020.
Thank you, Ms. Rabine. Are there questions or comments from council members? Ms. Merritt.
For the record, and I apologize for not giving you warning on this, Marty, I will be abstaining from voting on items 5.4 and 5.5.
Thank you, Ms. Merritt. And Ms. Trapard, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one clarification that didn't make it on the agenda. The second variance request about Maple Street, that should also be subject to the conditions of approval as amended by Land Use and Planning Committee on November 18th. Just like that final motion.
Thank you, Ms. Trapard, for that clarification. And seeing no additional discussion or questions from council members, anyone in the audience with regard to consent agenda? Mr. Ramos. Or I'm sorry.
This is Matt Larson. This is Matt Larson. I'm maybe just the second biggest thorn in your side behind Mr. Ramos. But I'd like to acknowledge and the public to acknowledge the rubber stamp that's about to transpire here on the nearly $6,000 of ammunition to Missoula Police Department. This is in the wake of our second officer-involved shooting. We still don't even know the officer's name. This is in the wake of a murder that transpired over the weekend. And like, what's going on over there? And this is indicative of a bigger problem, which has to do with police unions and the collective bargaining agreement, which, if you've read it, is worded, let's just put it lightly, as weighted heavily on the favor of a police officer. They can't even make a police officer do a polygraph test. The police officers are informed of every individual who reports against them via the complaint process, via MPD. Their names, their birth dates, and home addresses go to the officer who they complain against. I mean, the wording of this thing just, I mean, outside of the ammunition clause, which they aren't even enforcing, it's as if our town is being taken over by like an insurgent force. It's crazy. And it's not just happening here, it's happening across the United States. They're talking about the police unions and the overreaching powers that they have. It'll be really interesting to get some information on the campaign contributions from these union bosses and union members to the current city council and mayor. I'm really interested in seeing that stuff because this is the largest union in the city. This makes up 35% of the budget, the same budget that was hidden from us until September 22nd. And it's still being actively hidden from us, the public, and city council's answer and the mayor's answer is that people just don't care. Well, I'm here to say for all the people that do care and don't have the time to go through all the cumbersome hoops that you require in order to get the public to participate in your quote unquote open meetings, that we do very much care and we are very much watching and we are dumbfounded by your lack of action. Thank you.
And Heather McMillan.
Yes, I just want to take the opportunity and I'll shift gears a little and thank staff at the city. I know this is on consent for the Trinity project with the minor subdivision approval, and it should be very simple, not easy to say, Ms. Rabine, but far more complexities going into putting this together for you. We had a good discussion at Land Use and Planning, but I did want to go on the record tonight to say thank you to Development Services staff, Mary McRae, Cassie heard tonight making that adjustment, and the team there jumped through a lot of hoops to make this happen. We had a very critical time pressure, time sensitive on the financing mechanism for this project, and Development Services was wonderful in getting us through the process. So thank you in advance for this approval and available if there are any questions.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan. And I have caller 6202. Caller 6202.
How are you guys doing? My name is Caleb Brink. Now, I just wanted to thank you guys for weathering the abuse that is coming out of some of the other audience members here, because it's absolutely ridiculous. And just keep doing what you're doing. You're civil servants. It's fantastic. And we all have to do some form of a job, whether that's a police officer making a split-second decision or you guys making decisions for our city planning. So I'm sorry you guys have to listen to that constant berating. It's infuriating, and as a listener, I'm mad about it. So thank you for all you do, and that is all I have.
Thank you, sir. And seeing no additional comment, we will have a roll call vote.
Okay, on the consent agenda, just a second, let me reposition here. Okay, on the consent agenda, Anderson?
Yes.
Becerra?
Yes.
Contos?
Yes.
Harp?
Yes.
Hess?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Merritt?
Yes, with abstentions on 4 and 5.
Ramos?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Vasika?
Yes.
Von Mossberg?
Yes.
West?
Yes.
Would any of you like to change your vote? That is 12 ayes on items 1 through 3, and on 4 and 5, it's 10 ayes, and 2 abstentions.
And thank you, Ms. Rabine. The consent agenda is approved. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of business to do this evening, and I'm trying to balance use of staff time and public's time as well. So without objection, I'm going to shuffle things around a little bit to see if we could get through new business first, then committee reports, public hearings, and then final consideration. Any objections there? You'll have to bear with me or pipe up if I get myself out of order, because that's entirely possible, I'm afraid. All right, well, seeing no objection, then we will move on to the new business items this evening, and there are 4 of those. The first of which is the Community Development Block Grant COVID fund allocation. And the reason these items are here on new business is because there is some urgency to get them where they need to be. If I could, let's see, CDBG, Ms. Jones, would you please make the recommended motion?
Happy to make the recommended motion. I move that we set a public hearing on Monday, December 7th, 2020 to consider a resolution granting approval of the City of Missoula amended action plan for program year 2020 and approving and authorizing the mayor to sign an agreement with the Poverello Center for the provision of emergency winter shelter services funded by the Community Development Block Grant COVID-19 funds. And in the interest of time, I won't speak to it. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, and I'll leave it to you, Mayor, for presentations.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. That motion is in order. Is there discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none. I have 2 hands in the audience on the motion to set the public hearing. Ms. Witt.
Sorry, Mayor Engen, I was raising my hand for the next agenda item, so Marty could let me in.
No worries at all. Everyone's anxious this evening. I don't
You know, we have lots of stuff to discuss. My apologies.
And I'm moving it all around on you. So, all right. Seeing no additional hands up in the audience, we'll have a roll call vote on setting the public hearing.
Okay, on the motion to set that public hearing, Becerra?
Yes.
Contos?
Yes.
Harp?
Yes.
Hess?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Garrett?
Yes.
Ramos?
Yes.
Carol?
Yes.
Basika?
Yes.
Von Lossberg?
Yes.
West?
Yes.
And Anderson?
Yes.
Would any of you like to change your vote? That's 12 ayes.
And the item is approved. I apologize. I have an extraordinarily yappy dog this evening, but we'll try to make our way through that. Next item, again, Ms. Jones, would you be so kind as to make this motion?
Yes. Item 13.2. The recommended motion is to set a public hearing on December 7th, 2020 on a resolution amending the annual appropriations for the City of Missoula, Montana, as set forth in the fiscal year 2021 budget and capital improvement program. So I so move.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. That motion is in order. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I also see no public comment, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Okay, on the motion to set that hearing, Contos?
Yes.
Harp?
Yes.
Hess?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Merritt?
Yes.
Ramos?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Basika?
Yes.
Von Lossberg?
Yes.
West?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Becerra?
Yes.
Would any of you like to change your vote? It's 12 ayes.
And that public hearing is set. And Ms. Jones.
And for the last administration and finance item, 13.3, I move that we set a public hearing on December 7th, 2020 on a resolution amending the annual appropriations for the city of Missoula, Montana, as set forth in the fiscal year 2020 budget and capital improvement program.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Comments from council members? Seeing none and no public comment, we'll have a roll call vote.
Okay, Harp,
Yes.
Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Merritt,
Yes.
Ramos,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Lisika,
Yes.
Von Lossberg,
Yes.
West,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
and Contos.
Yes.
That's 12 ayes. Would any of you like to change your vote? It's approved.
And the public hearing is set. Our last item of new business this evening is the Northside Parks and Trails Master Plan. I will ask Mr. McLeod to provide council and members of the public an overview here along with Ms. Gockler. And then I will entertain a motion from Ms. Cheryl. And Nathan or Donna, would you like to forge ahead?
Thank you, Mayor. This is Donna Gockler. I'm the Director of City Missoula Parks and Recreation. And I'm both delighted and pleased to be before City Council and the community of Missoula. Missoula Parks and Recreation, along with Missoula Public Works Utilities and our partners with the downtown, Missoula Downtown Association, the Business Improvement District, and the Downtown Foundation have been working hard for the last 14 months, launching off of the adoption of the Downtown Master Plan to bring to you a updated new master plan for the downtown North Riverside parks, including Downtown Lyons, Caras, East Caras, Bess Reed, Kiwanis, and Ron's River Trail. The Downtown Master Plan pointed to many needs in our community, and it was absolutely wonderful to see the attention given green infrastructure, park space, connectivity, trail systems, festivals, events, and a place for all people in our downtown. So we launched from all of the wonderful concepts of Chapter 5 and 6 of the Downtown Master Plan, a very robust planning process for parks and trails in partnership with Linda McCarthy and the Downtown Partnership. And we also engaged numerous residents through site visits at the Clark Fork Manor, the Missoula Senior Center, the Missoula Food Bank, at our Fall Family Festival, including Engage Missoula, numerous other places. And I also want to touch on a number of stakeholders that we met with. They ranged from the significant users like Clark Fork Market to neighbors like the Wilma and the other businesses on Front Street to the entire downtown business district. We engaged users of all types. We worked carefully with partners in parking, transportation, both state and local, all of our utilities. And so it's been a significant process. I'm going to let Linda share a little bit more about the number of organizations that have already endorsed or adopted, and a little bit more about our committee work with Blue Ribbon. And I just, as I turn it over to her, I want to thank the downtown and our partners immensely. It's an absolute joy to work with Linda and her staff and all of the folks from all of those boards and all of the stakeholders across the community of Missoula. Linda?
Thank you, Donna. It's been a year-long planning process as a secondary process to the Downtown Master Plan update. And you know, we were preparing to roll out the plan to the public when the pandemic hit. We've been working with Dover Coal and Partners on this project. And they did an exceptional job at pivoting to the digital platform. And with support from the City of Missoula, we utilized the Engage Missoula site to post the plan and get community feedback. And we actually had more engagement than I think we would have had otherwise, because for several weeks, people had a lot of time on their hands. So we had just a little over 2,000 people who visited the site, looked at videos, filled out surveys, and we made some modifications over the course of the summer based upon that feedback. And we've been fine-tuning and walking the plan through adoption. When we started this process, we created a leadership team and a Blue Ribbon Committee. And the Blue Ribbon Committee was comprised of representatives from a variety of different stakeholder groups, and including business owners and residents and community partners like the Carousel. And those committees have kind of been our guiding leadership for this planning process, and have provided a lot of valuable time and talent. And we, once we finalize adoption of this plan, we see the Blue Ribbon Committee taking a role in implementation. And that's one of the values of having a planning process like this, is you get community buy-in. Everybody comes to the table and you define your community values for a very important part of our community, and it makes it a lot easier to implement and seek funding. So as we've gone through the adoption process, we have received near unanimous adoption and endorsements from the following organizations: the leadership team and the Blue Ribbon Committee, of course, the Downtown Master Plan Implementation Team, which meets monthly and works on implementation of that plan. All three organizations that we operate out of our office: the Downtown Association, the Foundation, and the Downtown BID. The Missoula Parking Commission Board, the Missoula Redevelopment Agency Board, Destination Missoula, and the Tourism Business Improvement District, and of course, the Parks and Recreation Board. And we also have strong endorsement from the Missoula County Commission. So, that multi-agency approach to investment of time, energy, and approval means that we take a multi-agency approach with implementation. And there's already a couple of different projects on the horizon as far as that goes. But it's been a very public process that's been more robust in a lot of ways because of having to move to the digital platform. And Dover Cohen Partners have done an amazing job with the renderings and the videos. And Nathan's going to show you the 6-minute video that's kind of an overview of the plan. And then we can field questions after that. So Nathan, I'm going to roll it to you.
Okay, I will attempt to share my screen, and if there's a problem, just shout. So can everybody see this?
My name is Jason King with Dover Cohen Partners, and we're working with the city's Parks and Recreation Department and the Missoula Downtown Association on a plan for the North Riverside Parks and Trails, and I get to tell you about it.
This film is one of several films which describe the park plans and often include a computer model made by landscape architect Su Zhang.
The planning process involves a lot of people. We've been working since the beginning of the downtown master plan process on the downtown parks. We have a local leadership team, and we've been presenting one presentation, one workshop, one Zoom meeting after another for about 1.5 years. The plan breaks down into 5 big ideas, and the first one is a park for everyone and for all seasons. Parks and Recreation has identified trail segments that are still needed so that way people can arrive by bike, on foot, transit, and by car. The plan is coordinated with the Downtown Master Plan so that way the Northside parks can grow with the downtown. Phase 1 optimizes parking it's just changing around configurations, and it creates room for access to the river, for streets to become plazas for outdoor dining. There's more stuff for kids to do by the Dragon Hollow Playground, and there's an ice ribbon. In time, more space can become available. A parking garage is possible. An indoor community center year-round. A new band shell, more room for downtown markets. Everyone's favorite idea was the ice ribbon. It's like skating on a frozen river instead of skating on a rink. The second big idea is better views and access to the Clark Fork River. The river is invisible for most of the park, and there's not a lot of access down to it. So let's imagine ramps and stairs and terraces to sit and people able to get down there, whether it's paddleboard or fishing or just to put their feet in. It allows us to create more room above for farmers markets, concerts in the park, for the outdoor cinemas. I mean, just look at this. It's, you build this and it's one of the most agreeable urban spaces in the West. A large part of landscape architecture is just giving places a new look. And so big idea number 3 is about updating the materials and the plants and giving different elements a different treatment. Colors are updated, making things a little cooler, more room for everything. There's a variety of programming. The bandshell area could become more natural, and it could increase the visibility of what's on stage. Improve gateways and circulation. Right now, when you enter down from Ryman, you find yourself in a parking lot, and the parks need a lot of parking, but you should find yourself on a path immediately. Ryman, Higgins, and Patty all need gateways and paths. The main event in Caras and East Caras is the path. It needs to be wider, lit, and have better views of the Clark Fork. This has been discussed for a while. It's not just a path for idle ambles. This is how students and residents and downtown workers get around. And when that path reaches the underpass at Higgins, it should be a lit place. There's room for recreation. There's room for a variety of different things. The last big idea is to design multifunctional spaces. So there's more happening within the space of the parks, Caras, East Caras, and Best Read, than we've had a chance to discuss, including a patio expansion around the existing restaurant, a place for gazebo for weddings and for vows to be exchanged, and several different art installations. I think the Kiwanis Park and the Downtown Lions Park plans, which are also part of this project, do an excellent job with multifunction. So, for instance, in Kiwanis, it's about basketball and tennis and pickleball courts, all the active recreation you expect, volleyball and bocce. And in the Downtown Lions Park, there's room for a community garden, along with a new potential surfing wave and river access, possibly even a small beach. In other films, we talk about these plans in more detail. I want to thank you for watching this video and for participating in the process. The downtown plan or this plan for the North Side Parks, all the work that we've done, all the ideas came from Missoulians, and I hope we've done our job. I hope we've put this together in such a way that this is something that you're excited about and everybody can get behind.
Okay. Well, thank you all for watching that. I watched that video a lot of times, and it's still fun to see some of those animations. So Donna, Linda, and I are all here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod and Ms. Gockler and Ms. McCarthy. With that, would Ms. Cheryl please make a motion?
Yes, thanks. There are two motions here. Would you like me to do them together or separately?
Together, please.
Okay, great. I recommend that we adopt the North Riverside Parks and Trails Master Plan, including narrative as shown on Exhibit A. I also recommend that we adopt a resolution adopting the North Riverside Parks and Trails Master Plan for Caras, East Caras, Bess Reed, Downtown Lyons, and Kiwanis Parks, and Ron's River Trail, including the plan narrative per Exhibit A, and amending the 2019 Downtown Master Plan and the Master Parks and Recreation Plan for the Greater Missoula area. May I speak to it as well?
May.
I just want to thank all the partners involved in this. I really appreciate the hard work that's gone into it. I think this is an important space, a community space, as well as a green space for Missoula. It was a broad coalition, and there was a lot of public engagement on this. As I think someone said, it started 1.5 years or so ago. So I'm just excited to see us work towards some of these visions that Missoulians have brought forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Cheryl. I will note for the public and for council members that adoption of this plan is not a commitment to fund any of these projects in any particular order, but certainly creates a guide for a beautiful public space in a place that we value, much like the work of the Greater Downtown Missoula Master Plan. Further discussion on the motion. Ms. Vasika?
Mayor Engen, you answered my question. I'll pass. Thanks.
And Ms. Anderson.
So much. I just want to take this opportunity to say how excited I am to see all of this come together. Hats off to Donna and her staff and Linda and her staff. I know that a lot of hard work behind the scenes has gone into this, and so much intentional outreach to broad sectors of our community have taken place to make sure that this vision is inclusive and it reflects a wide variety of people's opinions of what the next stage of downtown and Northwest Side parks should look like in Missoula. And I'm now even more incentivized to learn how to skate again, because I want to be out there on that skating river with all y'all. And I look forward to when all this vision can slowly come to fruition and we can all gather again together. So thank you so much for all the work, and I'm very excited about this.
And Mr. Von Losper.
Thanks. You took the words right out of my mouth, and Stacy did as well. I'll briefly thank Donna, Linda, and all the folks from Dover Coal, and then all the folks who are involved from the community in the planning effort. It was my honor to serve on the Downtown Master Plan implementation team for several years. Ms. Jones is now serving in that capacity, and it really is inspirational to see members of the community from all different sectors come together and set a vision like this. And it also brings lots of good ideas around funding of these sorts of elements over the long haul. So thank you.
And Ms. Jones.
Thanks. I've sat in a lot of meetings on these plans, and they're just so exciting. And I know that people are saying, well, this is great, but how do we pay for it? And as you noted, Mr. Mayor, we're not paying for it now. This is simply a plan. And once you have a plan, it helps you get where you're going. That's the way I see it. And I just wanted to point out that as projects are done, for example, the Higgins Bridge, which is currently under construction, as that gets put back together, it can incorporate elements of this plan because we have this plan in place now. So there's always projects that need to be done. And that's one element of how we can get these things done over the next decade or two. And also, I think our downtown has just always been exemplary in terms of private-public partnerships and collaboration. And it's all sorts of different ways to get at these goals. And that's what will take creativity in Missoula. And I look forward to that.
And Ms. Becerra.
Thank you. I too will echo what my colleagues have expressed in terms of gratitude to our city Parks and Rec Department, Nathan, Donna, and to Linda and the foundation and the partnership. I think this vision is the product of an incredible amount of collaboration. And it's a vision that offers a variety of uses throughout this corridor that I think will help our community, different parts of our community be able to participate and enjoy the beautiful downtown that we have created. So for that, I'm very grateful and excited to see this come to fruition. I too want to enjoy that ice ribbon and wear a t-shirt like the people in the video that we saw. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, I don't see anyone in the audience with a hand up. Oh, here's one. Ms. Housel.
Yes, hi, thank you. Andy Housel, Ward 2. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was waiting for you to say public comment, to raise my hand. I know that I probably seem like a curmudgeon, and I promise I'm working on that. But I just want to say this is beautiful, and I see all the reasons to be excited about this, and I share a lot of that. I also, whenever I see something like this, I think about the ways that our neighborhoods and our downtown become increasingly gentrified, and I worry about what we mean when we say community space, because the word community implies that it includes all of our community members. And when I see that video, I see an incredibly well-manicured space that caters to people of a certain class and privilege, and often leaves some of our other neighbors, particularly our unhoused neighbors, being increasingly policed in order to be out of the way of the kind of recreation that certain members of our community want to participate in. So I just would urge council, I understand, I heard Councilperson Jones say that once you have a plan, it helps you to get where you're going in terms of funding. And I just, again, ask that we continue to also focus on having a plan and a vision for making sure that everyone in our community is included in our efforts to improve it. Thank you.
And Mr. Larson.
I'd like to also, Matt Larson, Ward 3, I'd like to also echo Andy's astute observations here. But, you know, pose the question to everyone that's kind of listening to this, you know, what is the end goal here? And I question whether it is inclusive, and whether we are as progressive and as woke and all these things that are just pretty much tag words, you know. And I also want to air a voice of caution when it comes to this city council and this administration giving us plans, because like the representative said, Gwen Jones, you know, they help you get where you're going. And I think that as far as I've seen, it's very translucent that the city council does not really care about this stuff. The low income people, the unhoused, you know, and it's disturbing when we're talking about people that are Democrats and people that are definitely educated and know better. But it's indicative of what we see time and time again. And, you know, in Missoula, it's now here in our own backyard. And again, I'd like to just have everyone take note of where your individual wards are on this stuff, and speak with your ward representatives. But I mean, also just know that there's been quite a number of plans that have been basically gutted and rewritten after they've been proposed to us and given to us in this much you know, ordained fashion, which then is just very hastily and gutted with long-term consequences. And you know, while basically we're just now setting up a permanent homeless camp. You know, I propose that the city council also create a structure or a safe parking situation for people that are living or going to be living out of their cars. And I just don't know if this like falls on deaf ears when I talk to city council, because I don't think that's a reality that any of them have to face in their lives or have ever faced. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, you guys got to do your jobs. And I do applaud you for doing your jobs, but I wonder what the intent is overall. And I wonder if you can walk in someone else's shoes, as we all are supposed to do in small communities such as this.
That's 3 minutes, Mr. Larson. Seeing no additional audience comment, we will have a roll call vote.
Okay, on both motions, let's see, I think we left off with Contos, so let's start with Harp.
Yes.
Harp votes yes, and Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Merritt,
Yes.
Ramos,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Masika,
Yes.
Von Mossberg,
Yes.
West,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Contos.
Yes.
And would any of you like to change your vote? That is 12 ayes.
And the master plan is approved. We have finished up our new business. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to committee reports. We have one of those, and the motion lives with the committee of the whole. Mr. Von Mossberg.
Thank you. Give me a moment. Thanks. I recommend we approve and authorize the mayor to sign a contract for services with All Nations Health Center, the fiscal sponsor for Learn Missoula, for $75,000 to conduct a thorough research project and provide a place-based action plan that is created by and centered upon Black, Indigenous, and people of color.
The motion is in order. Is there discussion on the motion this evening? Mr. Von Mossberg.
Thanks. Sorry, I meant to speak to it. I, in the interest of being fairly brief, would just like to recommend that if folks would like to seek additional information about the proposal and the discussion, that they take a look at the committee meeting we had last Wednesday. I want to thank Dr. Werner, Dr. Hall, Jamar Galbraith, and the other members of the team, as well as Aaron and Dale from the administration, for all of the work that's gone into getting this ready. This is not a study to prove that racism exists or the systemic racism exists. There's some good discussion about that. This is a study, a recursive study, as members of the team described, to give us data-driven recommendation for this council and councils into the future to take to improve every department and aspect of city government in these regards. And I'm grateful to the team for the work they've done preparing this, and looking forward to the work ahead.
Ms. Merritt.
Thank you. Yes, I also want to thank all the work that the Learn team has done and the time that they've taken with us to try and help us understand. I was surprised that there were some no votes on this at our committee meeting on Wednesday. And I just want to reiterate one of the things that Jamar Galbraith, one of the Learn Project team members, said during that meeting, so that hopefully you can understand how important it is to support this. And I'll try and not butcher Mr. Galbraith's quote, but he said that the systems of power and privilege continue to grow and amass power and privilege unless they are examined. And it's important that we take this step of examining those systems of power and privilege before we can understand fully what the solutions are to those problems. And if we don't fund the research into those problems, we're never going to find solutions that fit for our community and that improve life here in our community for those who don't have power and privilege at this current time. So I think it's important that we all support this. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson.
Thank you so much, Ms. Merritt, for pointing that out and bringing that to light. I'm really excited to support this. I think it's important that we at the City Council be leaders in our community, and we talk a lot about wanting our community to be more just and equitable and welcoming for the BIPOC community. Well, we need to make sure that we are that within the city department and our policies and our processes, and we can't examine that ourselves. We are not in a position to do so. And so I think that bringing members of the BIPOC community who have a plan, who've done this work, to help us highlight where we can improve is the best way to go, and a really good example for our community. So thank you so much to those council members who are supportive of this. And I look forward to engaging with them, as all departments across the city are going to, and hearing from them of as their research and policy recommendations come forward, and adopting those to make sure that Missoula is as just as equitable as we can be. Thanks so much.
Ms. Cheryl.
Thanks, and thank you to the other counselors' comments. I would really urge anyone that is interested in knowing some of the details about this to go back and watch. I think it was last week's committee of the whole meeting where they had a presentation. We got to ask a lot of questions. Honestly, this seems like a small investment for our city to make for an important issue that, again, we're not trying to prove that systemic racism exists. We know that. What we're trying to do is figure out what we can do as a city to combat that and start moving the needle in the right direction. So I will be supporting it, and I hope my fellow council people will as well.
Mr. Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to say that I appreciate the efforts of my fellow council members to address this issue. And then I first want to start by saying I strongly disagree with the juxtapositioning of this by some of my other fellow council members, that if we're not voting for this, somehow it means we're complicit in racism or we support racism in our community. That in no way could be any further from the truth. Obviously, I'm a Cuban American, and I have experienced various different types of racism throughout my life, as well as my mother. Some of the stories she told me over in New York, where her dad actually had to change the pronunciation of their last name from Ramos to Ramos because of the dire amounts of racism that they experienced, especially amongst the different folks in New York at the time in the 50s and 60s of racism against the Hispanic community. So I care very deeply about this issue, as do a lot of the folks at the BIPOC folks here in town that have come and spoke on this. And a lot of them weren't too happy with this as well. I understand that there might have been some misunderstanding on what the study actually was, but at the end of the day, just because we don't support this doesn't mean that we are not that we are racist. And I strongly think that any implication of that, which I heard, is absolutely disgusting. The fact of the matter is, this sounds like another plan that sounds good but doesn't actually do any good. So that is why I am not supporting this. I think that there are many things that we can do. As far as looking at criminal justice reform, looking at bolstering our economic numbers, looking at trying to find more breadwinner jobs and not supporting the tourism industry as much, that we can help all different folks in the community. So I will not be supporting this, and I strongly disavow any criticism that myself or anybody else voting against this is complicit in racism. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. West.
Hi, thank you. I just would also like to thank Brian and Mirta for their leadership on getting us to this point. And also just wanted to add, lots of wonderful things have been said, that there also is a website that people can check out in addition to last week's committee meeting. So if you want to check out more about this research project, the people involved, how to support these efforts, you can check out learnmissoula.org. That website is up and running and yeah, can answer lots of questions and provide useful information. So thanks.
Ms. Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a Latina woman and a person of color and a first-generation immigrant to serve on City Council, I think it's incredibly important that we invest in this community so that this research can provide a lens through which we can then make improvements to the systemic racism that we know affects our members of our community. It's incredibly important to invest in and take action to remedy what we know is a problem. So I am fully supportive of this. This is the first step in addressing this issue, and happy to continue to work on it. This is going to be an evolving research that's going to provide significant guidance to how we go about making changes that are going to be long-term changes that are much needed in our community. Thank you.
Seeing no additional comment from council members, I'd like to thank Ms. Pahan, Mr. Bickle, and Mr. Gannon for their hard work putting this agreement together and presenting it to all of you. Those three will be instrumental in the success of our efforts here as we move forward, and they are pleased to be part of council's team and the city's team in moving forward. And I'm grateful to them and to all of you. We have one comment in the audience. Mr. Larson.
Hi again, Matt Larson, Ward 3. Like to echo Jesse's comments here. Again, I don't want to talk down on this study or the proposal of this study, but how many studies do we need to do? I just question the basic logic or the disconnect of logic that I guess you guys don't seem to see. We're 25% of our local jail is native, where you guys approve a fast lane for municipal court, which is most people's first entry into the legal system via tickets and whatever. And it's a leading cause to going to jail for sure. And you speed line them to basically go to collections. Meanwhile, we're in a city with one of the largest income disparities. And we're going through a housing crisis on top of a real estate boom. And, you know, it's like, why do we need to do that when we can just stop policing the poor for being poor? And why are we spending $120,000 on sweeping the streets downtown and defraying the costs of the richest people in the community and business owners when we can't even get the mental health crisis unit up on the ground? And speaking of that, it's just pretty much banished to being a cleanup squad for MPD. It's not such as the other implementations of this type of thing in Denver, where they respond with the police. They're there when the events happen, not after someone with a gun shows up. And if someone with a gun needs to be there, they're right there. It's the same time. But anyway, we tend to spend money on $60,000 outhouse structures, and it's really frustrating. I mean, I know the other guy who called in to have criticisms on me, who I don't recall his name or anyone asking for his name or to identify himself. But anyway, I express again my sincere admiration for doing the work that you do under the circumstance that you do it and for the little compensation you do it for. But I think that another study, like a quiet train noise study on the Madison Street crossing, is just like beyond the point here. It's like how many studies do we need to do to tell that the sky is blue? You know, it's it's what can I challenge Mirtha Becerra to use her $100,000 study and put it on the MPD and figure out what the heck is going on in there? I would love that. I mean, sometimes we go through multiple years with 0 officer involved shootings. Just facts here, you guys. Like, what is the disconnect? Like, we don't need to be spending money on dumb stuff, and let us see how we spend the money. But no, we're just banished to spend more money to see what we should spend more money on later.
That's 3 minutes, Mr. Larson. I will also note for the record that the caller did identify himself. And I see no additional comment in the audience, and we will have a roll call vote.
Okay, on the contract, Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Merritt,
Yes.
Ramos,
No.
Cheryl,
Yeah.
Masika,
No.
Von Lossberg,
Yes.
West,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Contos,
No.
Harp.
Yes.
Would any of you like to change your vote? That is 9 ayes and 3 nays.
And the contract is approved. We have no additional committee reports. We'll move on to the public hearing portion of our agenda. And state law and our own council rules set guidelines for inviting comment in a formal way from the public on a variety of issues. And following a staff report on each of these, council and I will invite comment. We will open our public hearing on all of these items this evening, and those items will remain open until council takes them up for final consideration. Our first public hearing this evening is on the Trinity Affordable Housing Development Bond Resolution, and our staff report comes from Ms. Pahan.
Good evening, Erin Pahan with Community Planning, Development, and Innovation. And we are here tonight to ask Council to adopt a resolution relating to a project on behalf of Blue Line Development and the issuance of revenue bonds or notes to finance all or a portion of the cost of construction of a multifamily rental housing project commonly known as Trinity Apartments. The Trinity Affordable Housing Development is a collaboration between Homeward, the Missoula Housing Authority, and Blue Line Development, each organization bringing experience and expertise that is necessary to successfully develop and manage these 2 properties. This 200-home project will be located on 2 sites in Missoula. 70 homes will be located on the Cooley block that was previously known as the Skyview Trailer Park. The Cooley site is zoned appropriately for the apartments that will be built for families and Missoula workforce units. The site on Mullen will be low threshold homes that people can afford, which means they will accept people as they are and provide a safe, supportive environment. A total of 130 homes, 30 of which will be supportive housing for individuals experiencing chronic homelessness with additional rental assistance and supportive services. The remaining 100 homes will be for individuals and families living below 70% of area median income, which is approximately $41,000 a year for a family of 2. The Mullen Street project will also include a navigation center on site that provides intensive supportive services. Navigation centers are considered a best practice in serving people who are living unsheltered or in encampments, and are a proven way to get people off the streets and into a safe, healthy home. This project will be tax-exempt bond financed, which includes the use of a 4% low-income housing tax credits and tax-exempt bonds issued by the City of Missoula, which we're here tonight to discuss. The use of the tax credits and tax-exempt bonds allows the developers to borrow less money during the construction period, passing the savings on to individuals and families as lower rents. This item was before council almost 1 year ago, and a public hearing was held to adopt a resolution pertaining to the issuance of bonds. Changes in the financing structure have necessitated a new application to the state of Montana to raise the volume cap for bonds. This in turn necessitates a new resolution from the City of Missoula and a separate public hearing. The project is still in good standing, and we have the developers here to talk with us about that tonight. And lastly, just to point out to council and constituents that are tuning in tonight that there are no financial impacts for city taxpayers for the issuance of these bonds. The bonds are repaid directly from the proceeds of the tax credits. And with that, I will turn it over to Keenan Witt with Blue Line Development to share a bit more about the project and where the project's at today.
Ms. Witt.
Hello. Let me share my screen. All right. Good evening, Council, Mayor Engen. As Aaron mentioned, we were here really just 1 year ago, bringing this project to you for your approval on the bond financing. So I'm going to take you through a quick overview of the project. I know you've seen this a number of times, but we'll do it one more time quickly. So we have 200 homes, 70 at Cooley, 130 at Mullen, and with a navigation center. And this is a 50-50 partnership with MHA and Homeward. Blue Line is the development consultant. Oops. Scattered sites, you have the Mullen Road over here, Trinity with on Cooley Block. Again, 4% non-competitive housing tax credits and tax-exempt financing. We're meeting a couple of different community goals with a place to call home, reaching home, and the Missoula County jail diversion. So to date, September 2019, 4% application was submitted and awarded. In the spring of 2020, we submitted additional funding to MDOC and the City of Missoula. Both of those, all three of those were awarded. August 2020, that's when we started down the subdivision, which you heard earlier tonight. Here we are at the public hearing. We actually have already submitted our building permit with Development Services. And then spring of 2021, construction would start. So we're looking at a late 2022 to have this project fully leased and occupied, which is not that far away. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Christian Pritchett, to do this portion.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks so much for having us tonight. So just as a reminder on the overall financing structure for this project, the City of Missoula is acting as the bond issuer here, but those bonds will be privately placed with a construction lender, and the proceeds from the sale of those bonds are what are used to finance the construction loan on this particular project. And so there will be two sets of loan documents. There's a governmental set of loan documents that goes from the City of Missoula to the construction lender that stipulates how those bonds are to be used and specifically allocates them to this project. And then there's a project set of loan documents that basically obligate the project to repay the debt instrument associated with those bonds. So just to be clear that the liability associated with any repayment of bonds or the financial obligations of those bonds lies at the project level and doesn't get passed on to the city. And similarly, as Aaron noted, because these are tax exempt doesn't necessarily mean that there's a tax implication for the taxpayers of Missoula. This is an allocation of bond capacity that's allocated to the city from the state, and it's set at a certain amount annually. And so really the reason that we're proposing the additional use of tax exempt bond proceeds here is an overall simplification of the financing structure. As Aaron mentioned, there have been some slight changes in the overall financing structure with some of the soft sources being pushed towards the back end of our construction schedule. Additionally, we have seen some cost increases related to the significant fluctuations in the we've seen during 2020. Fortunately, the overall project budget does support those cost increases, both from a construction period standpoint as well as a permanent standpoint. However, because of the timing, the shift in timing on some of those soft sources, as well as those cost increases, we do require a higher construction loan amount. So if the city were to not issue the additional tax exempt bond capacity to this project, we would have to do what's called a taxable tail. And that would basically add a second taxable loan to this deal to make up the overall amount of construction loan debt on the project. And so what that means is 2 sets of documents from the city of Missoula to the project lender, and then 2 additional sets of documents from the project lender to the actual project itself, which obviously translates to a lot of time and cost from both an issuer standpoint and a legal standpoint. And while the project has obviously committed to cover all the city of Missoula's costs associated with the issuance of these bonds, if we can simplify this and just roll all of the tax exempt bonds into one issuance, which is what we're asking here, it will save everybody quite a bit of time and money and really simplify the overall financing structure, ensuring that we get this closed quicker. Our cost of financing will be cheaper and we can pass those savings on to the tenants. So I think that covers this slide. And I think I actually just hit this as well, basically just an overall simplification of the financing structure and saving everybody a little bit of time and money.
Yep, thanks, Christian. And then I just finished out with some of the recent renderings of the, this is the Cooley site where we've got row houses and then your apartment buildings. This is the site plan on Mullen Road. This is your workforce housing in yellow, your permanent supportive homes in red, and the navigation center in teal. This is what the Mullen Road site will look like. Here's the navigation center down here in front with the supportive housing and then the additional workforce in the back. So thank you for listening to us present to you for the last couple of years, but we are getting close to bringing this project to life.
Thank you, Keenan and Christian. And with that, we can take any questions council may have.
Thank you all. With that, I will open the public hearing. Anyone care to comment on this bond deal that does not obligate the city? Housel.
Hi there, Andy Husel, Ward 2 again. I just want to comment to express my incredible excitement about the Trinity project, and particularly the navigation center, which I think is all very exciting and something that we so desperately need. So it's my understanding that when this project first came up, it was suggested that it would be market rate housing, and that partners involved in this have pushed for this to be what it is. I think it's very exciting and something to be celebrated. I know that I do not do that often enough, so I want to do that. I also, because I'm still myself, I want to say the residents at the Skyview Trailer Park were displaced from their homes so long ago in order for that lot to sit empty, and it is absolutely heartbreaking. I would love for the city to think about what it means when we are allowing developers to level a piece of land, whether they have a plan in place, whether they have all the funding in place for their project or not, and really making some demands on those developers to help with the relocation of those residents. Those neighbors, part of my community and my ward, did not have the support that they needed, and were displaced so that that lot could sit empty for such a long time. So I'm again really celebrating this project, super thrilled. We desperately need this housing and the navigation center, and thank you to those involved in making this project happen. Also, please, 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 let's make it a just regular practice that we're considerate of the folks that we're displacing with any new development in this city. Thank you.
And Mike Keefe. Mr. Keefe?
Sorry, can we hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Engen and city councilors, as well as the wonderful team that put this presentation together. I wanted to thank you for your diligence in making sure that there were as few costs to the city as possible. And it looks like this is a great model to follow for future plans of all natures. I really like this as it does not impact the taxpayers in this jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Larson?
Yes, Matt Larson, Ward 3. Yeah, let's just not forget that there's on average 1,500 people on the housing voucher list. They spend up to like 3 to 5 years on the housing voucher list. And I'd like to echo the astute observations of Andy just earlier. How many people were displaced for how many years so that you guys can put 50 voucher housing units on that place, right? Like we should just be doing the math each time here. And again, it's like I know there was some politics being played, if I recall that one, because we were waiting for state dollars that never came for a development in that location prior to this, right? But and so, you know, understand stuff doesn't always work out, but it really doesn't work out for those people who are displaced. And I think that we need to acknowledge that and be wary of doing something like that again. And I heard a lot about that specific trailer park and how the means in which people were evicted, but or the means in which the city used. But anyway, thank you for your service.
Just noting for the record that the city actually took no action with regard to Skyview. The owner elected to put the lot up for sale and evicted his tenants. And Caleb Brinton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. I really just had a question here. The navigation center. I understand that the building of the complexes is not going to have an implication for the taxpayers, but what about the staffing of the navigation center? That's something that I didn't see covered in any documentation put forth, and something I'm definitely interested in. Is it a volunteer basis? Are we outsourcing this? What are we doing there?
Thank you. And seeing no additional public comment, Ms. Payhan, would you mind answering the question, or Ms. Witt with regard to the navigation center, please?
Yeah, I'm happy to address that. So we are currently undergoing a process to develop a program and a budget, an operational budget for the navigation center. The goal is to identify billable models through Medicaid and other services that can create a sustainable funding source, sustainable revenue source for the navigation center. We also do have grant funding that we currently allocate to emergency winter shelter services and funding that comes from the city of Missoula and Missoula County. And we anticipate shifting some of that funding over to the operation of the navigation center. But we're still in the process of defining that. Our goal, though, is to identify as many sustainable revenue sources that we can bill out to Medicaid and to other sources in the community.
All right, any questions or discussion from council members before we move on to our second public hearing? Mr. Von Lossberg.
Thank you. I was wondering if Ms. Pan could speak to the history of the site. You correctly mentioned, Mayor, that the city didn't evict people there, but I think it would help all of the public to understand perhaps a little bit of the history of that site and how aggressively the city worked to get partners lined up to do the work there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I can provide a very brief rundown of that. And so the mayor is correct in that it was a privately owned site, privately owned and operated as a mobile home park. And the owner at the time, elderly gentleman that was in his mid to late 80s, decided that he was not able to effectively operate the park anymore, needed to retire, and had no family members who wanted to take over the operation of that park. So chose to sell the park at the appraised land value, and to evict the tenants and remove the mobile homes as a product of that. There were several development plans on that site. The first development plan was a market rate multifamily apartment development. That project fell through. And then there was another affordable housing provider, Housing Solutions LLC, and they had a development plan that included a competitive 9% low-income housing tax credit application to the state. That project was not funded at the state level, and that development fell through as well. The most current plan, Trinity, which includes the Mullen and the Cooley site, is, as you heard, co-developed by the Missoula Housing Authority and Homeward. This is the third development plan on this site and the only plan that has moved ahead. The community, North Missoula Development Corporation and others, did work very hard to provide support and identify support to assist in the relocation and support tenants who had to be relocated as a byproduct of the initial eviction that they received from the property owner. And the city supported that effort as well. But our involvement today with Homeward is the first involvement that we've had in this project.
And I will just add that this project works at scale because we were able to work with Missoula County to acquire land on Mullen Road. And as this project started coming together, I made calls to the 3 county commissioners and the Missoula County Sheriff to see if we could move forward in these discussions. The commissioners were enthusiastic about that ask, and the partners proceeded to get what is before you today. This project, Trinity, was never intended as a market rate project for a wide variety of reasons, not the least of which is we know that we need to provide housing opportunities for lower income folks who are also working, and in some cases for folks who will never have employment and will always need our assistance. And this is a place where they can receive that assistance with dignity and be treated with respect. This is a winner for the community. You voted for it once. I hope you'll vote for it again because it ain't cost me anything else. All right, seeing no additional comments or questions, this item will be taken up for final consideration at council's next regular meeting. Our second public hearing this evening is on—
Mayor Engen?
I'm sorry, Ms. Rabine?
Point of order. I think the council has to take action this evening because we need to get the bonds closed.
Oh.
The agenda indicates that the council will vote on this item tonight.
Was not in receipt of that memo. Let's have a roll call vote.
I don't know if we have a motion on the floor yet.
No, we don't. You're correct.
That would be Jones.
There. Had to turn the heater off so that you'll be able to hear me. I'm happy to make the motion, which is I move that we adopt a resolution relating to a project on behalf of Trinity Apartments, LLLP, and the issuance of revenue bonds on or notes to finance all or a portion of the costs of designing, engineering, and constructing a multifamily rental housing project commonly known as Trinity Apartments and associated costs under Montana Code Annotated Title 90, Chapter 5, Part 1, as amended, approving the project and authorizing the issuance of bonds or notes therefore. And I'll speak to it very briefly.
Ms. Jones?
This is exciting, frankly, that when the phases of this project come through council, because this is a wonderful project for Missoula. And I so appreciate all of the work from Aaron's office and our developers in town that have worked on making not just housing, but truly a facility that will provide great services and create a good community there that will make a huge difference for some people in our community who need this place. So I could go on, but I'm just very much in favor of it and very glad that we are able to continue to offer our support for it.
And on the motion, Ms. West.
Thank you. I just had a couple of comments to add to this conversation. I've probably said them all before since we've seen it a few times now, but this, especially the Cooley site, is a site obviously that had many families living on it. These were kids that used to come to the Kids Club program over at the NMCDC, and it was absolutely devastating to our neighborhood when folks got displaced from the site. And really, we owe Homeward and the other partners just a huge thank you for being willing to purchase this property after all of these, the market rate proposals and the affordable senior housing project fell through. It was a huge risk and kind of a gamble, to purchase the site and then look for the other pieces and partners to make this overall vision come together. And I think this is one of the few projects that was doable because it got more complicated. And I think, re-seeing it a year later to go through the bond process again is indicative of that. But it is also what our neighborhood and the people in Missoula deserve. I think that there's so much heartbreak associated with all the homes that were lost, that this is the best thing that could have happened, for our neighborhood. And it took a lot of people to make this happen. This will be significant progress in some of the benchmarks set out for rental housing in a place to call home. It also is a significant shift to a housing first approach that allows people to be housed where they're at and to move forward in life without the stress of being houseless, and is just is going to be a significant asset to the Missoula community. So a big thank you to Homeward, the Missoula Housing Authority, Blue Line, and all the staff that have worked so hard and for so long to make this happen for Missoula. So thanks.
Cheryl.
Thank you. I'm going to happily support this, and saving time and money on getting this done, I think, is really important. So anything we can do as council to make that happen faster. I know these things take time, but it feels urgent. It is urgent. As long as we have an economic system that creates homelessness, we need to find creative ways to help deal with that. It is in my opinion, our moral prerogative to do so. COVID is not helping us in this. So I'm just really excited about this project. And I thank Homeward, I thank Aaron and all the other partners along the way, and keeping at it with the site and the creative approaches that they've taken to the Trinity project.
Ms. Harp.
Thank you. I also will be supporting this motion tonight. This project in particular has been years in the making and would not be at all possible if any one of the sectors, whether it was government or nonprofit, was trying to do it alone. This type of effort, which brings online over 200 affordable homes and a navigation center to really help those who need a little additional of a hand up, is precisely the sort of thing that we need to do and do more frequently. So I applaud the teams that have come together to make this possible.
Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to all the council members who spoke before, Ms. West for her comments. And I'm just really excited to see the actual plans, because we have been talking conceptually about this, but to see designs on screen just makes this even more real. And, one of my guiding principles in life is to try not to let perfect be the enemy of good. I realize this one single project is not going to solve all of our homeless needs and housing needs, but for those folks who will get to call this home, it will totally change their lives. And that's how we do it. one project, one life, one family at a time. And as Ms. Cheryl says, as long as we currently live in the economic system that we reside in, we will have to continue to work to make sure that folks in our community have a safe place to call home. And I'm really excited about the low barrier housing that is associated with this. We need all sorts of housing in our community, but that low barrier housing takes such a little bit of extra work. And I'm so thankful that there are those in our community who are dedicated to meeting people where they're at, providing them a dignified place to live no matter what their challenges are. And this is how we do that. And just makes me proud to be on council with all of you to see this project forward. And I look forward to seeing those folks moving in and be able to call this place home soon. Thank you so much.
Ms. Becerra.
Thank you. As Ms. Anderson pointed out, one step at a time, and wow, what a huge step this is, and so proud of all the work that this community has put into making this happen. We know that this model of housing works. We've seen that happen in other communities like in Denver, and I am just so excited and grateful that we can put that to practice here in Missoula, where every day we seem to need it more and more. So thank you, everyone, and I'm excited to support this.
Seeing no further comment, we've had a public hearing and we will have a roll call vote tonight. If I'd have read the agenda correctly, I would have known that.
Okay, on the motion, Jones,
Yes.
Merritt,
Yes.
Ramos. Ramos?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Got it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Carol,
Yes.
Vasika,
Yes.
Von Lossberg,
Yes.
West,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Contos,
Yes.
Harp,
Yes.
and Hess.
Yes.
Would any of you like to change your vote? That's 12 ayes.
And our second public hearing this evening is on a Deanstone Corridor open space acquisition. And as I suggested earlier, Mr. Carlton has our staff presentation this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members. Grant Carlton, Open Space Program Manager, Missoula Parks and Recreation. Here, as the mayor said, to discuss the Deanstone Corridor Open Space Acquisition Project. And we are specifically requesting that council adopt a resolution to authorize the expenditure of $462,500 of the city's portion of the 2018 open space bond proceeds, as well as an additional $462,500 from an anonymous open space estate gift for a total of $925,000 to purchase 350 acres of open space land on Mount Deanstone that we are calling the Deanstone Corridor. This is a Five Valleys Land Trust sponsored project in partnership with Missoula Parks and Rec. And Five Valleys Land Trust has worked to acquire the property. And so this proposal contemplates a fee title acquisition and transfer of the property from Five Valleys Land Trust to the city for management. I've got with me this evening the lands director of Five Valleys Land Trust, Payla Hoyt. She'll give a presentation in just a moment. And if we could get her, looks like she's on. Hi, Payla. And I just wanted to quickly highlight that this project has encompassed a tremendous amount of sweat equity and many, many years of hard work, as Payla can attest. I believe it began in earnest somewhere around 2014. And we're very, very excited, as I'm sure many members of the public are as well, as we received a lot of letters of support and strong support to see this project come to fruition, hopefully. So thanks to Five Valleys Land Trust for the partnership, the hard work, and a substantial donated share of the project budget, which we'll see in just a moment. As I mentioned, half of the $925,000 request of funds for this project are derived from an open space estate gift. And that was an anonymous gift received back in June of 2019 by the city. And that the donative intent of that gift stated that the gift should be specifically used for acquisition, management, maintenance, and improvement of trails traversing the wild open space in and around the city of Missoula. And in that letter that came with the gift, Dean Stone, and lands in the South Hills were specifically mentioned. So city staff and the Open Space Advisory Committee have concluded that this project is an excellent and appropriate use for those funds. So I just wanted to give a point of clarification right there, just kind of up front. Quick project overview, and I'll try to be brief, and I'll have an eye towards avoiding redundancy because Payla's going to dig into some detail in just a moment. But the project, if approved, will add approximately 350 acres and almost 5 new miles of trail with an approachable and moderate grade, I might add, to the city's conservation lands portfolio. It builds on many years of open space and conservation investment in the area, from Mount Sentinel to the Patty Canyon Recreation Area, and to the recent open space bond funded and adjacent South Hills Spur property, which along with this project is accessed, at least for the time being, via the Barmeyer and Sousa trailheads up in the South Hills. So excellent connectivity, and this project serves to bolster those many investments and leads towards a more comprehensive trail system in that area. Quick procedural background. So back in March 12th of this year, the Open Space Advisory Committee unanimously recommended approval of the acquisition at the requested funding levels. On March 10th of this year, Park Board heard the project and recognized the gift of the corridor trail, including long-term city management and associated cost of long-term city management. Of course, pending OSAC and council approval of the acquisition, as well as development of a recreation management plan by the city's Conservation Lands Advisory Committee. The city's Conservation Lands Advisory Committee was on site on June 24th, and they've met a couple of times and are in the process of developing a recreation management plan for the property, which will take the shape of an extension of the South Hills Spur recreation management plan. That property is adjacent, as I just mentioned. And so we're not reinventing the wheel here. It was always contemplated that the South Hills Spur trail system would move up the mountain. And so it's now coming to fruition. And so we will extend that recreation management plan. And a quick note on what a recreation management plan is. The Conservation Lands Advisory Committee will work to identify uses, potential seasonal closures, signage, packaging, things like that. And I just also wanted to give a plug for sort of a difficult balancing act that we often see with projects like this. When I don't want to speak for Five Valleys, but I'm sure when they were developing this project and when the city's Open Space Advisory Committee and Conservation Lands Advisory Committee sort of analyze these projects, there's always a balancing act between recreational use and wildlife habitat considerations. And that will certainly be a primary consideration as we develop that recreation management plan. So I wanted to make sure that was noted. And while we're there, I also want to mention that the long-term management and stewardship of this property will be largely derived from the conservation and stewardship mill levy that was passed along with the open space bond back in November of 2018. And that fund provides for about $500,000 a year specifically to be used for management of the city's open space and conservation lands portfolio. And last but not least, the City Council's Parks and Conservation Committee heard this project back in October, on October 28th of this year. And so Payla's gonna dive into the details of some of the benefits this project offers, but I just wanted to quickly highlight that this project checks a lot of boxes. It offers a really diverse array of tangible benefits to residents and visitors of Missoula. It's identified as a cornerstone or an area of high open space value in the 2019 Missoula Urban Area Open Space Plan, which informs in large part, our investment in open space projects and conservation lands projects in our community. From the obvious benefits of increased public access and recreational opportunities, which support mental and physical wellness, to protection of wildlife habitat and scenic vistas, to the sort of less obvious benefits like ecosystem services, so managing growth, ensuring that Missoula grows in a sustainable way, consolidating our development in the urban core, where services are readily available, and this includes wildfire risk mitigation, Another really critical benefit that this project provides is expanded programming for Parks and Recreation. We at Parks and Rec are always trying to identify opportunities to expand our programming areas. So we've kind of hit a capacity ceiling as far as physical space. We've kind of hit the limit with our Forest Service permits. And so we are actively identifying, like I said, new opportunities, and this project fits that bill, as Meg Witcher can attest, and she provided her support for this project as well. I also wanted to, I'd be remiss if I didn't state we are sort of in unprecedented times, at least in most of our lifetimes, with the pandemic, and we saw our open space and conservation lands experiencing increased user pressure this year. And so expanding opportunities to spread out that pressure is very, very important, as we honestly don't know what the future holds as far as the pandemic. So there's benefits there. And then I also, as we were campaigning for the 2018 open space bond, projects on Deanstone and the South Hills were specifically sort of mentioned as sort of flagship projects for on the backs of the partners that pushed forward the open space bond campaign. So I wanted to just kind of highlight that this project was contemplated throughout that whole process and aligns really well with the actual underlying purposes of the bond. And last, I just wanted to mention, pending your approval, I anticipate completing the necessary due diligence legalities to actually transfer the property by the end of this year. And then we anticipate opening the property to public access, if all goes as planned, by summer of 2021. With that being said, I will turn it over to Pela Hoyt.
Thank you, Grant. Good evening, Mayor Engen and members of the City Council. Thank you for taking the time to consider this proposal. I see and I appreciate how hard you all have been working during this very challenging year. And as we head into the dark of winter, I hope that this conservation opportunity to improve people's lives brings a little bit of sunshine to your day. The Mount Deanstone Corridor promotes health and wellness. It will help Missoula adapt to climate change and plan for sustainable growth that is responsive to community needs. It also has significant community support. It's located in the southeastern portion of town. Here's the South Hill Spur. So it's right above the South Hill Spur, wraps around the top of Mount Deanstone, and it connects up with 2,500 acres of land that are owned by the Nature Conservancy. And those 2,500 acres of land are not part of this particular proposal, but the Nature Conservancy is an important partner in this larger conservation effort for Mount Deanstone. And then zooming in, so here's the Barmeyer Trailhead here, here's the Sousa Trailhead, and then here's the city-owned South Hill Spur property. And before the Barmeyer property and the South Hill Spur properties were conserved, this whole area here was just expected by many to be developed for residential use, kind of a low density, high-end residential use. And so this property here, the landowners were actually moving forward with a 10-lot residential subdivision on the 67 acres of land when this land right below them was being conserved. And they saw that the trajectory for this area was shifting and saw that it would be problematic to have a subdivision right above the city open space, with the driveway for the subdivision right above the city open space. So they asked Five Valleys if we would like to acquire the land to conserve it instead. So we seized on that opportunity to reduce the potential impacts of that development on the existing open space. But we also realized that we could actually develop a trail corridor that would connect up with these Nature Conservancy lands on the other side. So over the last 5 years, we have pieced together these 7 different properties. They're all owned by different landowners to create this 350 acre Mount Deanstone corridor. And in the process, we work closely with the Missoula City Parks and Recreation staff, as well as other partners, to develop a trail corridor and a real estate acquisition together. Like we developed them both at the same time. And we did that in a way that would fit in with the existing management of the city-owned South Hill Spur lands, that would provide an exceptional recreation experience, We worked to develop a trail corridor that could minimize impacts on other conservation values, such as habitat values. And we worked diligently to develop a trail corridor that would reduce potential impacts of public use on adjacent private land. And we did all that because this advances so many public policy goals. And specifically, it advances the Missoula Urban Area Open Space Plan, the City Growth Policy, Climate Ready Missoula, the Missoula County Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and the Montana State Wildlife Action Plan. And Grant already mentioned the cornerstones that the Missoula Urban Area Open Space Plan established. This map shows the cornerstones in this part of Missoula. And here are the Deanstone Corridor lands located right within this Deanstone cornerstones. This corridor advances the health and wellness goals of the Missoula Urban Area Open Space Plan by providing a 5-mile trail corridor. It promotes both physical health benefits and mental health benefits, because trails are really important public health infrastructure for our community. And then just the characteristics of the trail and how it is built also lends itself to health and wellness benefits. As Grant mentioned, we built this trail to be as broadly accessible as possible on a steep Missoula mountainside. It's built at an 8% grade, so it's less steep than many of the trails around Missoula. And we put great attention to developing a trail that will provide a really exceptional user experience and help people really connect with the special place on Mount Deanstone, and with some great views of the valley as well. Grant spoke to how this will expand the places where Missoula Parks and Rec can do more programming on the property as well, which they're in need of. And then turning to climate change and wildfire adaptation, this photo here shows the Lolo Peak fire from 2017, and Mount Deanstone is in the foreground of this photo. And so the lands where the Mount Deanstone corridor are located are identified as high wildfire risk lands or very high wildfire risk lands by the Missoula County Community Wildfire Protection Plan. These lands are not appropriate for residential development, and both that Community Wildfire Protection Plan and Climate Change Missoula Plan, or Climate Ready Missoula, they both recommend reducing structures and residences in these high wildfire risk areas, because that will reduce the threat of wildfire to both structures and the first responders who would be called on to protect them. And on these lands, the residential development is not just theoretical. Here is an image of the plat map for the 10-lot residential subdivision on a portion of this property that was moving forward and that we are trying to undo. And so this proposal would eliminate the potential for these residences as well as other residences on these high wildfire risk lands. The trail will also provide a shady place to get outside and get exercise, because it's mostly on forested land. And as Western Montana warms and the open hillsides get hotter and hotter in July and August, this will be a shady place to get out. And it's also because of the how much attention was placed on developing a really high value recreation opportunity here. It will also provide a great place to recreate that's just close to people's homes, so they won't have to drive so far to get out and exercise, and that reduces the emissions associated with driving for recreation. This is a project that is about being smart about what we do and where we do it, because Missoula has competing uses for our limited land. With their high wildfire risk and their distance from the urban center, these lands are not appropriate for residential development. The Missoula Growth Policy really guides growth down here on the valley floor in the urban area. And these are the places down here where we can most efficiently and effectively meet our affordable housing needs. By conserving these Deanstone corridor lands, we are not reducing the land available for affordable housing that's actually appropriate for developing affordable housing. Instead, we would be protecting land and providing places for recreation, which is also critical infrastructure as we move forward. And during the pandemic, we got a taste of the kind of demand for trails that we're going to see here in the future, because we need places to get outside as well as places to live. And this project supports Missoula's efforts to provide a safe and a healthy quality of life for our growing community on lands that really are appropriate for conservation. There's also some potential for future trail connections. So this here is the trail that we have already developed, which we've nicknamed the High, Wide, and Handsome Trail, but the city would get to decide its own name for the trail. And it will connect up with a trail that we'll be developing next summer, and that trail is called the House of Sky Trail. That will be right here, and that'll connect up to the Upper Paddock Canyon area. And then we're also working with project partners to explore the potential for some trail development that would also connect down to Miller Creek and some other Upper Paddy Canyon potential as well. So this is kind of the first step in some really exciting trails in the to and some fun names that honor our literary and cultural heritage as well. Onto the budget. This project is valued at over $2.5 million. We respectfully request $925,000 in open space funds for this project. And I'd like to draw your attention to the donated component of this project. Down here at the bottom, this donated component represents the support of so many of our fellow community members. Over the last 5 years, hundreds of Missoula residents, dozens of businesses and partnering organizations and agencies have celebrated and invested in Mount Dean Stone. They've pulled weeds, they've designed and developed trails, they've shared their expertise, and they have contributed generously to this community effort. And it is because of that incredible community support that Five Valleys Land Trust was able to facilitate this project and brings $1.6 million in match to the project. I'll close with a photo of a recent volunteer day up on the trail this fall. We asked the Missoula community, the city of Missoula, to join with the community members who invested so much to help meet Missoula's health and wellness needs while proactively planning for the recreation and open space infrastructure needs of our growing community. Thank you. And I also have, if you're interested, I have a very short video of the trail. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds long. And if you have time and are interested in watching it, I'd be happy to share it with you. I know you have a full agenda, so it's also on the Engage Missoula site as well.
You may certainly roll that video if you'd like, Ms. White.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Payla Hoyt. I'm the Lands Director with Five Valleys Land Trust, and I am thrilled to share this sneak peek of the new trail that's being developed on the Dean Stone corridor. The trail will end up connecting with the existing trails on the Barmeyer and the South Hill Spur properties. It's not done yet, so it's not open to the public, but we're hoping it can be open to the public in the spring of 2021. So let's take a look. So the Dean Stone corridor will open up 5 miles of new trail adjacent to town. So as you can see, this trail is built at a moderate grade, so it'll be broadly accessible to people of many abilities. So even if you don't get out, get an exercise a lot, we think you'll find this to be a more accessible trail than some of the steeper ones in town. The trail goes through quite a few different forest types and will offer a shady respite for a warming world. We're up here near the top, looking up the Bitterroot, enjoying this great view. The pandemic, it sure has emphasized just how important these places are for staying healthy and keeping our heads on straight as the world shifts around us. These places are more important than ever for helping us take care of our physical and our mental health.
Thank you, Ms. Hoyt.
Sorry.
We can just watch it in a continual loop all evening. Pretty impressive, Phelan. Mr. Carlton, did you have anything else to add?
That's all I had.
And Ms. Hoyt, anything else?
Nope, thank you.
All right, with that, I will open the public hearing with regard to this acquisition. And in this case, the public hearing will actually remain open for a week or longer. And I have Hannah Nickenow.
Hello, my name is Hannah Nickenow. Thank you for taking my comment. I'm a member of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and I think that the Deanstone corridor is going to be an amazing addition to the recreation opportunities in the immediate Missoula area. That this land will remain undeveloped and made available to the public is an incredible win for our community. I represent hunters as a user group on the Five Valleys Land Trust Recreation Committee, and I believe that the small parcels that make up the proposed acquisition are too small for hunting to be appropriate, but potentially the larger parcels at the top of the mountain could be hunted safely and have a good connection to the rest of the Deanstone project area on the Miller Creek side. In that the city's management planning process for these lands, it has not made a decision about hunting on the Deanstone corridor. It would be fantastic to be part of the process moving forward with those conversations. Into the future, I would advocate that we all need to continue to work together to add recreational opportunities like this to alleviate the growing pressure on our community's recreation sites. But as has been discussed, to take into consideration the pressure that this puts on wildlife. So we all need to continue to be thoughtful going forward in this. And I think the city's acquisition of this Deanstone corridor is an excellent step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have caller, last digits of your phone number are 1166.
Yes, this is Jim Birchfield. I hope I can be heard.
You can, Dean Birchfield.
Thank you. I strongly support the Deanstone acquisition for two reasons. One, that's a personal reason. And second, for community benefit, particularly as it relates to wildfire protection. From the personal point of view, hiking is my favorite activity. It's something that I do with my family. It's something that I do for myself. It's something that makes Missoula such a great place to live. And to have another wonderful trail system to be able to go and enjoy the sights, the bird life, the smells and sounds of the wild is extraordinarily important to me personally because it makes me feel better. And when I feel better, I feel like I'm a better member of the community. And I must admit, I appreciate the low level grade because in my continuously diminishing physical capabilities, that's something that really helps. So this is a fine new opportunity for me. And I find it necessary because so many places that I go now, we have a lot of people. And to create different opportunities makes it less crowded and more enjoyable for everyone. And the second reason, from the point of view of wildfire protection, is that if the city doesn't acquire this, there's a really good chance that this could eventually become housing. And when we are trying to make Missoula a wildfire adapted community, to have additional houses in a very high risk area for wildfire puts additional stress on our firefighting community, who already has so much to deal with and only limited capacity. So to be able to make this a city property and to keep it wild and to keep it available for all Missoulians, I think is a great step forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Pardon me, I have Mary Lynn Eisenman. Ms. Eisenman, you're muted. Ms. Eisenman? Right, I'm going to come back to you. And I have caller, last four digits of phone number are 2340, 2340.
City Council, this is Tori Holmquist. Appreciate your efforts tonight. And just a few words on support of the acquisition of Dean Stone. Little history, I'm one of the lucky ones, born, bred, and raised, and never had to leave the city. And the city's treated me well. Back in the late 70s and early 80s, my God, the wood smoke in the valley and the asthmatic conditions of a young active kid did not bode well together. But through inhalers, we made it through. And during that time, I was able to enjoy acquisition of Rattlesnake Recreation Area, where I biked alongside my dad as he ran and showed me what a recreation area meant, which turned into being one of the first middle school kids to own a mountain bike, and that became my playground. So moving forward, Patty Canyon, we got skate skiing, and I was one of the first kids who was a skate skier in high school. Nobody knew what I was doing. I looked funny, but damn, it was a good time. So if we go full circle, this project matters a little bit to me because I know that there are kids like me out there today who are looking for incentive to get outside and to play and maybe have some health issues or they need something other than a screen in front of them. And yeah, there's a lot, but as it's been echoed already this evening, we're getting some pressure out there and trying to relieve some of that, just like we did back when I was growing up, makes it a little bit more of a personal experience. And I would certainly be one that would like to see fewer earbuds when people are out playing in the woods. This might just be one of the things that helps out. We've got a few things that I find a little emotional about, and like all of us this year, it's been tough, but the talk around the water cooler about what you do on the weekends has certainly been something that I think has kept some of us healthy. And we all like to visit about what we did, where we went, what we saw, and more experience. Dean Stone's going to offer that. We talked about wildfire prevention, and I'm lucky enough to live right below the Sousa Trail. Got a number of friends when the trees started looking like they were dying last year. We all got concerned. Oh God, here comes a pine bark beetle. We didn't know what it was. The city came out and said, no, don't worry. We should come back. We don't want to see that burn. Or if it does, we want to see some mitigation in there. We've got a lot to be thankful for in this town, and giving it a little bit more pizzazz, giving it a little bit more care, it's just going to make it a better place to come. We're going to be leaving a legacy for some kid, some child who's young. Give them something to look forward to. Maybe someday they're going to be where you're sitting or where we are, finishing another project that's going to make this town just a marvelous place. So thanks for hearing us out tonight, and for all you do. Take care.
Thank you, sir. We have no more hands up in the audience, but this public hearing will continue to be open. Oh, Ms. Eisenman, you're back. Let's see if we can get you. Ms. Eisenman?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thanks so much. My name is Mary Lynn Eisman. I'm a lifelong Missoula resident and a fourth generation Montanan. I've been lucky to grow up and spend my life in these mountains and valleys of this beautiful part of our world. I serve on the Five Valleys Land Trust Board, and I'm a partner in Peak Health and Wellness in Missoula. As a teenager, I moved to Patty Canyon with my parents in the mid-1960s, and we joined a community of a dozen families. My husband and I have resided in Patty Canyon since 1982. We are grateful to have raised our son and daughter here, where they had access to the outdoors from our front porch. Presently, there are upward of 80 private residences in this area. The Dean Stone project will ensure an open space legacy serving present and future generations. The community connection to this landscape enriches the city of Missoula by ensuring all citizens access to open spaces and trail systems. Under city ownership, critical forest management will continue to reduce fire risk. Strain on already busy public space has been exacerbated by the current pandemic. The ability to recreate and to discover and observe nature is a positive boost to our general health and wellness and to our economy. Pressure due to population growth in Missoula will continue to increase the demand for trails and open space. The desire of the Barmeyer family to protect and eventually put their property in an easement began in 2014. This project now includes 7 other landowners and 20 organizations and businesses working together. From early morning sun rays casting light through needles of ponderosa pine, tamarack, and Douglas fir, to the colorful light of the setting sun, this mountain provides grounding and connection to all who walk its trails. I urge you to vote in favor of the Mount Dean Stone Corridor transfer to the city's Open Space and Conservation Lands program. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Eisman. And I have caller 0264.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Hello?
Hi, sorry. My name is Ellen Davis.
I'm sorry. I apologize. We're having a little technical difficulty here. Right.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can, caller. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Ellen Davis, and I'm a freshman at Hellgate High School. I would like to start by thanking you all for taking the time and interest to hear my perspective. I'm lucky to have grown up in this wonderful town, and even luckier to have access to the incredible open space available around us. With the ability to access tons of trails around Missoula and the opportunities that mountain biking here has provided me, my appreciation for conservation and the public lands in this town has grown. More specifically, the high school and middle school mountain bike team, the Missoula Mammoth, has given me the great opportunity to engage with even more mountain bikers in the community, both more and less advanced than me. This has shown me the want all riders have for more trails in Missoula. Whether it is the younger kids who want a slightly less technical trail to ride, or the older kids who want a bigger variety of trails, I believe that by gaining city ownership of the Mount Dean Stone Corridor will serve a great opportunity to grow Missoula's trail system and open space, as well as meet the needs of a wide variety of trail users. Access to even more open space and trails with Mount Dean Stone Corridor will not only be beneficial to mountain bikers, but it will encourage more community members to get outside and be active. That being said, I hope you consider my support for more city open space and the further development of trails on Mount Dean Stone. Thank you for the work you do every day for our wonderful community.
Thank you very much. All right, I now don't see any additional hands up. Any other comments this evening? All right, seeing none, this public hearing will remain open. Any questions from council members or discussion before we move on? And seeing none, we will move on to items for final consideration, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon me. These items have had a public hearing, and that hearing was held open for a period of time in order for council to hear more from the public before taking action. And the chairperson of the council's committee overseeing the motion will make it, and we'll invite comment on each item as we go. And we will take these in order this evening. And our first is on Hellgate Village East Townhome Exemption Development Conditional Use. And the motion will come from Mr. Hess this evening.
Thanks, Mayor. This motion is slightly altered from what's on the agenda. I move that we approve the Townhome Exemption Development Conditional Use request for the property located east of Flynn Lane on Mary Jane Boulevard and Clarny Way, based on the findings of fact in the staff report and subject to the conditions of approval as amended by City Council on November 9th, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. That motion is in order. Is there discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none and seeing no one with a hand up in the attendees list, we will have a roll call vote.
Okay, on the motion to approve the townhouse exemption, Merritt,
I abstain.
Ramos,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
Basika,
Yes.
Van Lossberg,
Yes.
West,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Contos,
Yes.
Harp,
Yes.
Hess,
Yes.
and Jones.
Yes.
That is 11 ayes and 1 abstention.
And the motion carries and the conditional use is approved. Next, coming from Parks and Conservation, another open space acquisition. And Ms. Cheryl, would you please make a motion?
I would be happy to. I am going to recommend that we adopt a resolution to extend up to 25,000 of the city portion of the 2006 open space bond funds to purchase a perpetual public trail easement that will provide a critical connection between the Milwaukee Trail Corridor and the Mullen Road and Trail. May I speak to that motion?
You may.
I think that this is going to be, we've been trying to put this trail together to make this a more, a less car-centric city and give us opportunities to commute. We've got a lot of development that is going on in that area. And I think this is going to be a critical piece to connecting all of our trail systems. We are putting it together a bit in a puzzle fashion. It is a puzzle that we're putting together. So while we don't have all of the connections, we're leapfrogging a little bit here. I think that when the opportunity arises, we're going to have to take it. And so I'm happy to support this motion and look forward to seeing the trail completed.
Thank you, Ms. Cheryl. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none and seeing no hands up in the audience, we will have a roll call vote.
Okay, on this round, we'll start with Ramos,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Basika,
Yes.
Van Lossberg,
Yes.
West,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Contos,
Yes.
Harp,
Yes.
Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
and Merritt.
Yes.
Would any of you like to change your vote? 12 ayes.
Sorry for the barking. 12 ayes is all we need to approve the acquisition. I've had a number of requests via email suggesting that break is in order. So we will take one before we take up our last item for further consideration. It's 8:18 at the moment. We will be back in order at 8:28. And we'll be back in order in 1 minute. And it is 8:28, and we will be back in order. Our third item for final consideration this evening comes from the Public Safety and Health Committee, and Ms. Anderson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So I am going to move that the Missoula City Council adopts an ordinance. Okay, I got the wording of that order wrong. Move and adopt an ordinance of the Missoula City Council creating Title 8, Chapter 8.38 of the Missoula Municipal Code entitled Restrictions on the Display of Tobacco Products and the Sale of Flavored Electronic Tobacco Products, and the unlawful transaction consisting of selling or giving tobacco products to youth under the age of 18. We have two amendments that were added late this afternoon that I do want to move with this motion. All of the sponsors have agreed, and I want to just flag that for the public in case you happen to read the ordinance prior to this afternoon. The updated ordinance is number 2 on the agenda for tonight's meeting. So that is in the ordinance under section 8.38.060, the unlawful transaction with youth. The previous language was stricken, and the new language that has been added will read the unlawful transaction of tobacco products and alternative nicotine products and vapor products with persons too young to legally possess such products. Montana State Law, Section 45-5-637 prohibits a person under 18 years of age to knowingly possess or consume tobacco products, alternative nicotine products, or vapor products. Federal law establishes a similar prohibition to anyone under the age of 21. A person commits an offense of an unlawful transaction with persons too young to legally possess such products if the person is knowingly sells, gives, or provides tobacco products, alternative nicotine products, vapor products to another person in violation of either Montana, state, or federal law. The reasoning for that language is because currently Montana law states 18, whereas the federal government has changed the age to 21. We're hoping in this next upcoming legislative session that the legislature cleans up that disparity, but in the meantime, we are highlighting it here in this ordinance. The second is under section 8.38.080, violation and penalties. And we are removing under A subsection number 4, failure to comply with any provisions. This came out of discussion that we had last Wednesday, and after consultation with the Missoula last Wednesday in committee, after consultation with the health department as well as the city attorney, we determined that there are already processes in place for violators if they can violate the statutes in terms of selling unlawful products to minors. That already exists within the health department and various city codes and state codes. And because this is an extraterritorial ordinance, meaning that if adopted, will extend 5 miles past the city boundaries into the county, there is disparity between how the city issues business licenses as well as how the county issues business license. So for clarity, we have chosen to strike out A4 for the record. So with those two changes, I move the ordinance as language says.
Thank you. That motion is in order. Is there discussion on the motion? Ms. Jones.
Thank you. I had a couple of friendly amendments to make that I wanted to just get on the record prior to discussion and public comment. And so I'll just state those. And then my understanding is that these will be accepted by all of the sponsors as friendly amendments. The first one is the 13th whereas statement. Just wanted to draw your attention to that was modified. It is actually now the 2019 Missoula County Youth Risk Behavior Survey with data specific to Missoula instead of Montana. So that's in the ordinance draft that is online as an attachment to this item. Next, we had some input from DPHHS today and analyzed that with the health department. And frankly, there were a few areas where they had a little bit tighter language in terms of some of our definitions, and other areas. So we are going to just change a few of those. Under section 8.38.030, definitions, letter F for tobacco retailer. The language should read as proposed in a friendly amendment. Quote, tobacco retailer, end quote, means any person, partnership, joint venture, society, club, trustee, trust, association, organization, or corporation who owns any tobacco retail establishment required to be licensed under Montana Code Annotated Section 16-11-303. And that actually helps it to align with state law better, so there is more clarity. Second one I wanted to propose is for underneath section 8.38.040, sale of tobacco products by self-service display prohibited. The very first paragraph should read, no person shall sell or offer to sell tobacco products by means of a self-service display. Tobacco retailer or tobacco retailer's employee shall not transfer the tobacco product to the purchaser until after payment has been received and processed. And subsection capital A underneath the first paragraph should read, this section does not prohibit retailing of tobacco products by means of a vending machine located in places where alcoholic beverages are sold and consumed on the premises, and where the vending machine is under the direct line of sight supervision of the owner or an employee of the establishment. Same rationale that also helps it align with state law more specifically. So that just was a good clarifying improvement. The last one is under section 8.38.080, violations and penalties. Under the very first paragraph of that section, it should read as proposed language for a friendly amendment. It is a violation for a tobacco retailer to fail to comply with the requirements of section 8.38.040 and 8.38.050. A violation of this chapter, whether the violation occurs inside the city limits or within 5 miles of the city limits, is subject to the jurisdiction of the City of Missoula Municipal Court. Any fines collected under this chapter shall be used for youth tobacco prevention and education. All tobacco retailers are responsible for the actions of their employees regarding the sale, offer to sell, and furnishing of tobacco products on the premises of the tobacco retail establishment. The sale, offer to sell, or furnishing of any tobacco product by an employee shall be considered an act of the tobacco retailer. So what this does is basically the tobacco retailer, owner of the store, is responsible for fines instead of any of the clerks or hourly employees, anything like that. It is the responsibility of the owner of the business to handle any fines if they are fined. So that language was circulated to council and to the clerk several hours ago. So I hope that's clear and that these are taken as friendly amendments.
Ms. Anderson, do you accept the amendments?
I do, thank you.
All right, discussion on the motion as amended. Seeing no hands up, I will move to the audience. And Philip Gardner.
Good evening. I've had the opportunity to speak with you a number of times. I'm glad I'm here in the first place this time. I do want to strongly recommend that the council adopt flavor restrictions in Missoula. I have to admit that limiting it to e-cigarettes only doesn't protect all of Missoula's kids. We're all at risk from flavored tobacco products. Leaving them out is inequitable. I can't underscore that enough. I've made this point a number of times and I'll make it again, and it's in short. Why menthol and flavors are placed in cigarettes and e-cigarettes, it allows the poison to go down easier. I know someone called me later after one of these calls, and why are you calling it poison? Well, the punchline is nicotine is an insecticide, okay? And then if you put an anesthetic with it, which essentially menthol is, it does make it go down easier. There's been a lot of misinformation out here, and I would like to make this clear that sure, there have been anecdotal experiences, and yes, there has been one study that has shown that people have gotten off regular cigarettes with these cigarettes, but the overwhelming evidence as of now is that people become dual users, and dual users can be more difficult not only to quit, but be worse for your health. I'm asking the Missoula City Council to put the health of your citizens above the profits of the tobacco industry. And I'll say this to the people who are going to come on later from the retail stores. We're going to have to find a new way to retail products and find different products. We cannot continue to sell poison to children and even to adults and think that's going to go forward. Let me say, and I really want to say this strongly, I know this is hard, there needs to be the complete decriminalization of tobacco possession, use, and purchase. Let's not be arresting people for them trying to kill themselves. Let's try to find a way to actually help them. You can do it through citations that target that there has to be education, both at school and away from school. We have litter butts pickup projects where you pick up butts around the city. And in this case, in many cases, e-cigarette cartridges. And yeah, I think the point that was made lastly by the last speaker that this should focus, if there's penalties at all, it should be on the owner, not on clerks, not on other people. This is about trying to protect our youth. Lastly, I would say that in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is imperative that all of us, city councils, individuals, parents, adopt public health measures that are going to be protective. We know that people who vape and we know that people who smoke are more susceptible to COVID-19. You're in a perfect place right now to do the perfect thing. I'm strongly going to request the Missoula City Council to adopt stringent flavor regulations. With that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, pardon me. And Mike Keefe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Engen, members of the City Council. I just wanted to direct you to any of my previous comments where I have submitted now over 30 pages of testimony from myself. So where we're at right now is this terrible proportion of underage use of nicotine. They've all gone through school classes and learned that certain substances are not safe for them and that they cannot do things until they're older, and even then they would be wise not to. That's one of the great things about our education system is no child is left behind. Everyone knows these things. So these are the personal choices of individuals. My concern is that both the City County Health Department and the Public Safety and Health Committee have refused to acknowledge these as criminal actions and would do nothing to hold the criminal youth accountable for their actions, instead only seeking to hold the lives of private citizens and business owners responsible for somebody else's kids. There's quite a few issues with this, in my opinion. It creates a monopoly for the state tobacco cartel. That is actually the word used to describe the way that business is run. This business exists to remove that business. By creating a monopoly specifically for the state, I think you would be susceptible to the Sherman and other antitrust acts and liable to be held for triple damages. Much as I would hate to have to be a part of any lawsuit against the city, because I know that only the taxpayers will pay the expenditure on that. You know, if my job is going to be lost, if I am going to be slandered, I will fight this in court. And I got to say, the lawyers think we have a really good chance at this. And they say that according to Sherman and antitrust acts, we are able to sue for triple damages. So I would like to remind the city again that these are the criminal actions of youth. You would seek to not hold them accountable, but hold only the law-abiding citizens accountable for their actions. We have not broken any laws. We have passed all of the inspections by every health agency that has ever tried to come our way, whether they are private or public. It's a little ludicrous that we are being lumped in with the very same companies that purposely and intentionally kill 2/3 of all of their users. There's 5 million people a year that die from smoking tobacco. 33% of all trash is from cigarettes. The number of forest fires from cigarettes alone is catastrophic, especially in our state. The number of house fires started by cigarettes is something like 25% of all fatalities in home fires. And I have to say that I do have to thank this city council for proposing certain things that will continue to see Missoula on a proper path. If you do take this ordinance and pass it forward, I and about 20 other people in Missoula will not have jobs. I currently make about $800 a month. My expenses are over that amount, and I would be needing the assistance of this Trinity housing project. So thank you for getting that moving. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you, sir. And Earl Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope everyone can hear me okay and that everyone is doing well. Happy Thanksgiving to you all. I first want to thank the council for their efforts in listening to multiple passionate views on the subject. There is a lot going on with this ordinance, and I know you put a lot of time in, a lot of effort, and a lot of consideration, and I personally and professionally really appreciate that. As the marketing manager for your 3 local Noons food stores here in Missoula, I just want to take a couple of minutes along with the thank yous to remind you of the effort that we put in consistently to avoid having these products get into the hands of minors. And it's whether it be alcohol or tobacco, flavored or not, it is one of the main things that we do each and every day. We train our clerks on it almost first and foremost when they're hired, and it's a continual operation. As I've said to you over many times, while this process has been going on, our clerks have passed compliance checks and showed how we maintain the control point on these items. I also want to remind you again that there are multiple changes going on at the federal level with all of these products. The age increased less than a year ago from 18 to 21, the age of purchase. The FDA has pulled numerous items off of the shelves already. They have pre-market deeming regulations, which will likely pull even more. And I suspect those may get even tighter with the new administration next year. And I also understand there are new warnings that are coming out due for review on all of the packaging of these things. So there is a lot going on out there. There is a lot that goes on for the country that keeps a level playing field for those of us in the convenience retail business. And I appreciate the fact that, well, at least I hope you've considered some of that in your deliberations. So again, thanks for the efforts. I know this is not a perfect ordinance for everyone, but it is something where we can all move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Brianna Hanson.
Hi there, City Council. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, thank you. This is Brianna Hanson, and I'm calling in on behalf of the elementary health enhancement teachers in the Missoula County Public Schools. And I just have about 4 bullet points in my comments tonight to keep it simple. I one, really appreciate that you have gone back and forth with this ordinance, and I know this is your second go around with trying to pass an e-cigarette only ordinance. And I'm here to say that I truly feel that that doesn't protect all Missoula kids. That's my first point. And we need to restrict all flavored products. My third point is we can't leave Missoula kids at risk for flavored products because it's especially affecting the 16% of those kids who use products other than e-cigarettes, such as menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars and chew. And my fourth is that children of color, those in the LGBTQ community, and those of low income backgrounds are disproportionately targeted with menthol products. I understand what folks like the gentleman who was just talking from the Noon chain are saying, where they think that our national regulations are getting harder, or they will make it so that kids don't get their hands on these products. But the reality is when I was a teenager, I never walked into a store and asked for a cigarette. I got all of my things through other people. I was never a per se smoker, but my dad smoked. The way that kids are getting their hands on these things is that the packaging looks interesting. If it is flavored, it doesn't matter what it is. If it's around and they know somebody that can get it for them, they're going to get it. So I think that having an age limit and also banning all flavored products will minimize the chances that kids will get their hands on those products in Missoula, Montana. And we can be the first to set the stone and make a difference in keeping our kids healthy. They really don't need to have these products in the arena available to them, whether or not it's underage or they are of age. We don't want them to have those choices. We want to have healthy choices for them, like that awesome new trail that is being proposed. So thank you for your time and continuing to deliberate on this. Please remember that as far as health enhancement teachers here in Missoula, we truly feel we need an ordinance that restricts all flavored products. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Ms. Crawford, thank you for your patience.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Crawford. I'm a mother and a volunteer for Parents Against Vaping E-Cigarettes, or PAVE, a national grassroots organization. I'm going to tell you my story, the most powerful argument for why the City Council should eliminate the sale of all flavored e-cigarettes, along with menthol and all other flavored tobacco products, because all flavors target and hook kids. It's about the human cost of this urgent adolescent public health crisis that has upended the lives of 3.6 million families in this country, including my own here in Montana. I come from a family of smokers. I witnessed my grandmother, my parents, aunts, and uncles struggle for years with smoking-related illnesses such as asthma, COPD, heart disease, and cancer, among others. I started smoking when I was just 12 years old and was finally able to quit at the age of 25 after 5 serious attempts. I have lasting health effects having been exposed to nicotine and secondhand smoke. How did I have a personal choice at 12 years old? My husband and I moved here 16 years ago so we could raise our son in a healthy environment in the outdoors. Yet, our son was introduced to vaping products in high school, despite our best efforts to keep him away from cigarette products. and nicotine. Our son is currently 20 years old. He is now a dual user of cigarettes and vaping products and is having so much trouble quitting. He already has a smoker's cough. You can imagine how painful this is for me. My son never even knew 3 of his grandparents because they died of diseases caused by the nicotine addiction. We thought moving to Montana would be our salvation. Big tobacco has created such a tremendous loss to my family, and the holidays are always a painful reminder. Big tobacco targeted myself, my extended family, and now my son with deceptive, predatory marketing, all the while downplaying the health risks of their products. Kids believe vaping is just harmless water vapor. Many even believe they can use vaping to quit smoking. In fact, research is suggesting that vapors who never would have used cigarettes are more likely to migrate to them, just like my kids. Do the right thing and get the flavors off the shelf, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And Denver Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Council, good evening. I want to just, first of all, say thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. I really appreciate the courage that people like Ms. Crawford have in sharing their stories. And I'm here to speak as a proponent of the ordinance. And like Ms. Crawford and others, ask that it be strengthened to include all flavored tobacco products. I want to also thank the sponsors for their courage in taking up this issue. I understand that for some of you, this may not be an easy decision. Bottom line is you were not elected to office to make easy decisions. You were elected to lead, and that's exactly what we're asking you to do tonight. I spoke at the committee hearing last week, and many of you were there, so without repeating myself, let me just reiterate a few key points. I am a 20-year-long tobacco user. Like millions of adults, I started smoking in high school, and I kept smoking right through college, through my 20s, and well into my 30s. I have tried to quit several times in between. What began as a foolish choice quickly turned into a compulsion that I could not control. I am currently 38 and once again trying hard to quit. The first 2 weeks were incredibly difficult. From my first to last moments of the day and many, many times in between, smoking was the first and last thing on my mind. And I even smoked in my dreams, if you can believe that. But as the time ticked by, it got a little easier with each day and the cravings became less intense and less frequent. As of today, it has been 56 days from my last cigarette. Tonight, you have the opportunity to prevent future generations of Missoula kids from getting hooked in the first place. This requires restricting the products designed to get them started, not just e-cigarettes, but all flavored products. The irony is under this proposal, this policy as is proposed, I still likely would have started using tobacco. We didn't start out smoking regular cigarettes. We started with flavored cigars and cloves, but we quickly gravitated to cigarettes. We need a policy that protects all Missoula kids, and that means restricting all products. Sadly, we cannot expect leadership to come out of the state legislature, and we cannot presume what the federal government is going to do. It has to start at a local level. It also won't start in just any community. It will start in a place like Missoula. And in order for others to follow, you first have to lead. It starts with you, and it starts right now. So you can do this. Please be strong. Do what is right. If others have the strength to quit, you have the strength to lead. Please protect the children of today that will become the adults of tomorrow. We shouldn't let some kids fall through the cracks just for the sake of compromise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Dr. Stinger.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Well, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, members of the City Council. I've spoken to you before on this. Just to refresh your memory, I'm the physician member on the City County Board of Health. And I really want to thank you for doing the hard work of thinking about the health of the community and balancing that with other important needs and commerce in our community. I agree it's not easy, and leadership involves hard decisions. I think that the compromise language that you've arrived at in committee, if that's the best that you can do at this point, please do so. However, I want to remind you of a couple of things. When the health board sort of drafted a letter encouraging you to take up this ordinance, we did include the recommendation that you consider banning flavors in all products, not just vaping products. And we remain firm in that conviction. I think, unfortunately, the unintended consequence of leaving non-vaping flavored products available on the market is that we're leaving those products that are most highly used by some of the most vulnerable kids in our community. Children of color, LGBTQ youth, and others use flavored products that aren't vaping products in higher proportions than other kids. So we're actually creating an equity problem. Well-intentioned is the compromise, but that's one of the unintended effects of this. So I think I just asked you to think about that, and if that's where we're at, what is our plan for those most vulnerable youth in our community and helping to prevent them from becoming addicted to tobacco? So I would hope that you might consider this evening, and I've discussed this with some members of the council, the possibility of phasing in a restriction of those currently uncovered flavored products over a period of time. And just want to thank you for your support of moving this issue forward.
Thank you. And Representative Dudek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council people. Thank you for all of your work on this. I'm Representative Kimberly Dudek. I've been an attorney for about 20 years. Before that, I was actually a registered nurse, and I received a master's in public health, really looking at population health and how we can have healthier communities. Today, I speak to you in favor of the ordinance that you're passing. I do wish it was a little stronger, and I provided you with a legal document before, and I respect the work of the city attorney on this. I don't think there's really a legal benefit or a decrease in risk to just go with an e-cigarette only ordinance, though. I do wish that you look at a more comprehensive ordinance. You guys really stand in a really good position either way, especially with a comprehensive ordinance, because these types of ordinances have been challenged across the nation. They always hold up, and you're completely within your right to protect the health of Missoula citizens, including all children. We've heard that there might be some equity issues that are unintentionally may occur because of focusing just on e-cigarettes, on vaping products. I would ask that I'd urge you to amend this to include all products. And if you don't do that, it would be great if you actually implemented some sort of metric and timeline for measuring the impact of the ordinance. So you could possibly measure in a year to see what the impact has been on youth use, and do more if we aren't seeing a decrease in use in the other flavored tobaccos, or if we're actually seeing some inequities there. So I hope that you look more long-term there. Thank you for all your work. I know how hard it is to balance all of these issues. And I just really appreciate your work on this. And I thank you at least for taking this up and for working to protect the citizens of Missoula. Thanks.
Thank you. And someone identified just as John. Hello, John. Does not appear to be there. And I have Amanda Cahill.
Hi, good evening. My name is Amanda Cahill. I'm with the American Heart Association here in Montana. First of all, just again, thank you. We truly believe here at the Heart Association that you as council members are looking at this issue seriously, and we appreciate the effort. I did want to quickly remind you all that the American Heart Association cannot support the ordinance as a written. And just to summarize what I think you've been hearing this evening, the ordinance as it stands is a perfect example of systematically racist policy. For years, no, decades really, we've watched policy makers leave out the most vulnerable people in these ordinances and laws, and leaving out the products that specifically target people of color and the LGBTQ community, as well as low-income people. So leaving these tobacco products on the shelf isn't doing these folks any favors, and in fact, it's furthering the lack of protection that these sort of policies have allowed for decades. A perfect example of this is that the African American Tobacco Control Leadership Council recently sued the FDA for leaving menthol cigarettes on the market. So, here in Missoula, we know that Native American kids are 2 times more likely to be using regular traditional cigarettes, and that they are most likely to be menthol. So we really want to know here at the Heart Association what you all plan to do to protect those kids that this ordinance truly leaves behind. And we would love, as Dr. Stenger mentioned, to really look at a phase-in of the rest of the products, and would love to hear more plans around that. And we do sincerely thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you. And Annie Teagan.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Annie Tagan with Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. And I applaud the City Council for taking action and working really to protect Missoula kids. Hundreds of other communities have acted to restrict all flavored tobacco products because these products target kids. That's what they do. The adults aren't interested in bubblegum vape, and menthol cigarettes certainly are targeting kids, and that's why kids get hooked in the first place. Mint chew, cherry cigarillos, all of these products are products intended to target and hook kids. That's what they do. They shouldn't be on the market, and I hope you'll include all of them in the ordinance. This is really the hundreds of communities that have acted to restrict all these flavored products. The policies have gone well, and it's really now the trend, because really it's the most equitable and most protective approach. And by not restricting all products, you're not fully addressing the key problem, which, like Ms. Cahill just said, has to do with systematic racism. And it's important that I hope that you'll address that tonight. Some of Missoula's most vulnerable kids will not be protected with this ordinance, because we know that they're using other products, such as flavored smokeless tobacco, like I said, and cigarillos and menthol cigarettes. So I urge you to pass and consider the best and most protective policy, and that's all products and all flavors, all flavored products. So thank you so much, and I really appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you. I have caller, last 4 digits of your number are 1440. Caller 1440.
Yes, I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Hello, committee. My name is Keith Bowman. I'm the owner of the e-cig vapor juice store. I know we're on a time limit, so I'll try and make this fairly short. This committee has heard me many times over the years, but I would just like to reiterate a few things. Us as vapors, including myself, got into this business to get people off smoking. My grandpa died this year from cancer caused from smoking. My grandma died years back from emphysema caused from smoking. Senior died this year from cancer caused from smoking. My Aunt Judy died from complications this year as well from smoking. And that is just my family members of mine this year, apart from the millions of people that it kills on the regular. Just like all these other people that are up there speaking right now, they're all talking about smoking, smoking-related diseases, not vape. Vape is the one thing that is gaining ground on stopping all these deaths. We have a chance, a real opportunity to once do something that isn't about money. Vape is the one thing that can help these people stop smoking. Yes, there are other things out there that tell promise of helping, but don't work. Vape is the one thing that works. None of these people are up here talking about vape-related diseases because they don't exist. And for God's sake, don't stop us now. By passing this, you are showing, not telling, showing people that you care more about the city's cigarette money than you do about their health. Do the right thing, committee, and shut this ridiculous hunt of vape down and kill this. I mean, I hope you understand what message you will be sending by letting this go through. I know you guys are great people. You definitely don't do this for the money. So in that, we share a common ground. Even though I do own businesses, my number one priority is to help as many people as I can to get them off smoking. Wean them down and get them off vape and nicotine dependency altogether. And I can't help these people that all these people are talking about that are upset and crying and hurting just like me, of all the family members that have died just this year from smoking, if you pass this. I realize that you probably have made up your mind on this. I do. But please don't pass this. And please let me continue helping these people. I promise I won't make a fool out of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Rogers.
Can you hear me?
You can.
Hi, thanks. And thanks you guys for hanging in and doing all the work that you've done. It's been a long week and a long night. I just want to sort of make the case that, you know, tobacco is the leading cause of preventable disease and disability and death in the United States. Smoking, whether it's by virtue of vaping or combustibles, is the major modifiable health risk factor that we've got. And nicotine is the hook, the flavors are the bait, and we need to sort of put that all in one package and eliminate that so that we aren't dragging the kids in. And Dr. Stenger spoke to it beautifully, as did several other people, that this does pull in the disenfranchised kids, the kids at risk, as well as the community of color. But probably the biggest issue is that, like anything else, we've got to go down to the very bottom of the issue and just take all of this off the table. I like having the flavored vape in this. I would like to see the rest be all the flavors of all tobacco products, because that's when we're going to make a difference. Otherwise, we're going to leave too much available for these kids. And this becomes the on-ramp to a lifelong addiction. And once the kids start, you've heard what people had to say. So I know it's hard. I've been working COVID phones all week and understand the frustration when people are caught in these places where you can't make everybody happy. You just got to do the right thing. And the right thing is to take it all off the table. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. And hopefully we get this through.
Thank you. And Brad Longcake.
Yes, hi. Brad Longcake with the Montana Petroleum Marketers and Convenience Store Association. I represent convenience stores, not only Missoula, but across the entire state. And I want to thank the council for including all the key stakeholders in this process. Obviously, this is a very emotional topic from just the few people that have called in and talked today. You know, I think the value in what you're trying to do here is protect the youth. And I think what you've set out to do, I think it's going to do that. And it's a good step in the right direction. I think many of the convenience stores and members that you've heard from already would agree that, you know, because of the regulations and the training and the testing and everything that we do, whether it's tobacco related or alcohol related, convenience stores are basically the gold standard. And I think they do a really good job and will continue to do a really good job. And so I want to thank you again for the work you've done. I think everybody that's involved in this would agree that it's not perfect depending on which side you're on, but I think what you have before you is a good process. And we've just been thankful to work with you and have you guys participate and come to our stores. So with that, I will conclude and thank you for the opportunity to work with everyone.
Thank you. And Lanata Peppers.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Okay, my name is Lanata Peppers, and I would like to thank you all so much for working to protect Missoula's kids. Tonight, as I was listening, I heard the term criminal youth, which is highly concerning to me because I don't see criminal youth. I see Missoula's children. And a problem I see in charging teen violators, I mean, we talked earlier about not wanting to police the poor, and that's essentially what's happening when you punish youth who are basically targeted victims of these products. Speaking as a parent and as a member of the Native American community, I have deep concerns about the equality of this policy. And again, as has happened far too many times, we're neglecting to weigh and incorporate the risks faced by people who are underrepresented or unrepresented entirely. We're falling prey again to institutional racism. We've known for decades that people of color are targeted with menthol products, yet this policy leaves menthol unrestricted. This policy doesn't adequately protect my kids, and I have 6 of them, and members of the Native community, and also members of the LGBTQ community. One of my children is trans, and this is deeply concerning to me because not only are we poor, actually, you know, in need of the services for low-income housing that we talked about earlier that another person was afraid of having to be a part of, but also we're LGBTQ and Native. So I want to make sure that the council is going to ensure that we don't leave out the 16% of Missoula's kids that use tobacco products apart from e-cigarettes. And, you know, to ask yourselves what will keep our kids from falling prey to flavors. So I'm asking you tonight to please amend this ordinance and restrict all flavored tobacco product or all flavored products. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Lauren Wilson.
Hi, everyone. This is Lauren Wilson. I'm a pediatrician in Missoula and the vice president of the Montana AAP.
Ms. Wilson, it's very challenging to hear you.
Oh, is this any better?
It is. Thank you.
Okay. So I just want to speak on behalf of the Montana AAP and thank you guys for your work. I also want to echo what a lot of the speakers have said that, you know, ideally we would have an ordinance that restricts all flavored tobacco products. And, you know, part of this is pragmatic, part of this is an equity issue. I'm worried about the children who are addicted to nicotine and who are not going to be finding vape products on the shelves and are going to make that switch to a product that they see that looks friendly, that's flavored, that, you know, maybe a cigarette or maybe a cigar that's not a vape product anymore, but still needing to have that nicotine because they are now addicted. And I, as a pediatrician, don't have any real therapies in order to treat nicotine addiction in young kids that are evidence-based or tested. So I would ask you, I know this seems like it's kind of a done deal at this point, I would really ask you to look into a graded ordinance in which you might be able to add some of these products later, or at least examine what the effect of this is, because I don't want us to cause unintentional harm. I do want to thank you for the discussion and for listening to us week after week and for thinking through this. I think there's been a lot of thought that goes into it, and I'm just asking for a little bit more just to make sure that what we're doing here is accomplishing what we want it to do. Thank you very much for your consideration. I hope you have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. And Kristen Page Nye.
Good evening. It's Kristen Page Nye with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, resident of Ward 1. And again, I want to thank each and every one of you for your dedication to Missoula and working so hard to keep our kids safe. It's clear that the sponsors and the council want to do what's best for the health of our children. My organization, we cannot support the ordinance as amended, the proposed ordinance, and ask you to please consider going back to the comprehensive ordinance. I was super excited earlier this evening to learn about the council's support of further studying structural racism and improving how we can pass policies, or you can pass policies that are more just and equitable. And this evening you have that opportunity to do that, and we just ask that you reconsider narrowing this to just e-cigarettes and looking at all products. Learn from the other communities across the country. Several communities have had to, went ahead and passed e-cigarette and then had to go back and fix them. And Massachusetts is a great example. They had to go back and fix several of theirs. They didn't have any new information or evidence, because guess what? It takes a while before you see the results. But they realized that they had left kids behind. They had left kids of low income, kids of color, and LGBT kids behind, and that it was really important for them to go back. Please look at your vote through a cancer and a health equity lens. Here's one example. A policy that doesn't address all products will fall short of removing the on-ramp to tobacco addiction, as we've talked about. It looks blindly, it blindly looks past the rate of American Indian youth in Montana's smoking rates, which is significantly higher than non-Native American. Remember, 9 out of 10 smokers start before the age of 18. This is a youth onset disease, nicotine addiction is. American Indian people in Montana live an average of 18 years less than non-American Indians in Montana. Cancer is one of the leading causes of death for American Indians in Montana. 30% of all cancer-related deaths are attributed to smoking. You have the opportunity to prevent this on-ramp. I keep hearing the pithy statement, perfect is the enemy of good. There is nothing perfect about health disparities surrounding nicotine addiction. The targeting of people of color is deliberate and has not been only profitable, but also been deadly effective. An incremental approach in this case of flavored tobacco policy is a roadblock of health equity. Please reconsider this policy and help us address the health disparities and help us become one step closer to health equity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I have caller, last 4 digits are 9491. Oh, caller 9491.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your time. Thank you, council members, for your time. My name is Greg Troutman. I am an attorney and a national advocate for the e-vapor industry, for the open system e-vapor industry in particular. A couple things I want to bring up tonight. One, I heard a caller talk earlier about that there's really no proof other than one specific study. There's a lot of anecdotal proof about tobacco smoking cessation through nicotine vapor products. there's more than 10 million people in the United States who would disagree with that. 10 million people are not an anecdote. 10 million people are real numbers, real people, families, brothers, sisters, people you work with that have quit smoking permanently, are not using not dual users, have completely, in many cases, quit all nicotine through these products. Many people who had tried for years and years and tried all of the solutions, all of the pharmaceutical solutions, hypnosis, everything, to no avail. Vapor products save their lives. So consider that. The second thing is a more overarching thing I want to talk about is that Congress back in 2009 gave the FDA, and only the FDA, the authority to promulgate tobacco product standards. That includes regulating what the ingredients and additions are and additives to tobacco products. And vapor products are defined as a tobacco product under the Tobacco Control Act. FDA and only the FDA has the authority to produce those product standards. The FDA has taken a measured approach with regard to vapor products. Back several years ago, the FDA promulgated a notice of proposed rulemaking where it was considering a complete ban of all flavors and all tobacco products. To date, the FDA has not moved forward on a complete market ban of all flavored vape products. What it has done in response to the youth uptick in use, which corresponds with Juul hitting the market in 2015, 2016, earlier this year, the FDA issued guidance that required pod-based and cartridge-based, those two classifications of products, to be removed from the market if they were flavored, pending obtaining market approval through the pre-market tobacco application process. To date, none of those applications have been approved. As of February 5th, 2020, those products had to be removed from the market. The FDA has taken vigorous enforcement action against those products and against the retailers who sell those products to ensure they remain off the market. And guess what? In September, the 2020 National Youth Tobacco Survey data was released by FDA, and it shows approximately a 30% reduction in youth use from 2019 to 2020. Now, to put it into context, the FDA took this action to remove these products that the kids, that the research shows far and away the kids were using, the cartridge-based and pod-based products. That happened in February of 2020. The survey data was collected in the spring of 2020, so we're only talking a matter of a few months, and we see a 30% reduction in youth use. If we took that data now, we probably are going to see that magnified because of the ongoing effects and the efforts of the FDA as well. Someone mentioned earlier about pre-market tobacco applications needing to be filed. That deadline was September the 9th of 2020. That's going to weed out even further market participants. The people that have filed market applications are serious. So the Congress has given the FDA authority to regulate. It has regulated. The Tobacco Control Act contains a preemption clause that says that a state or local government cannot adopt a regulation that is different than or in addition to an existing federal standard. There is an existing federal standard that the FDA has set the bar. So I'm going to tell you that there's an issue with preemption. There's also an issue with state preemption.
4.5 minutes, and we're going to move on. I have Casey Ballou.
Hello, good evening. I'm Casey Ballou. I'm a middle school teacher and the president of the Missoula Education Association in the longest year of school ever. I want to thank you for what you've done so far and encourage you to consider that 16% that we keep throwing around. As a middle school teacher, I definitely picture kids when we talk about numbers. In my middle school classes of, 24 on a very lucky day to usually 28 to 32 in each class, that would be about 5 kids in each class. I see 6 classes a day. I mean, that's a lot of kids. I've been a middle school teacher for 18 years. We're talking about not just a percentage of kids, but definitely our kids in our community. So like many of the other callers, I just encourage you to continue looking at this and working on that full ban. And I do also want to, remind you that we're forward thinkers in Missoula. You guys definitely are with this ordinance and with ones that have come before it. I remember when we stopped asking folks who come into restaurants if they'd like to sit in the smoking or non-smoking section, and how weird that question is now. I think I just encourage you to take that into consideration as you continue forward. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And Carrie Nyson.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Thanks for your patience and your diligence in consideration of this policy. The American Lung Association believes that public health policies aren't incremental. These policies should cast a large net and protect the largest part of the population. So we have to oppose this ordinance as proposed because it leaves some youth at targeted risk, and we don't believe it's an equitable policy. We know that youth using e-cigarettes are more likely to become cigarette smokers. And I have to respectfully disagree with one of the former people giving testimony, because we know that dual use is common, and we believe that vaping is not quitting and it's not stopping the nicotine addiction in Missoula. We know that there's many youth in Missoula using non-e-cigarette tobacco products, and these kids are disproportionately targeted by the tobacco industry. These include youth in the LGBTQ community, youth of color, and our kids living in poverty. Yes, e-cigarettes are a major problem, but many of our kids are targeted and using other products, and that's a problem too. Unless we restrict all flavored products, kids will continue being targeted with flavored tobacco, including our kids in our most vulnerable communities. And that's not good public health policy, and it's not equitable. I've spoken to you before, and you know this issue is real and it's personal for me. So tonight, I again think of my dad and those darn menthol cigarettes that he thought tasted so darn good. I would love to see us do right by our kids and for the next generation of kids and the next generation of kids by restricting all flavors for all tobacco products. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Mr. Pearson. I think you're muted, CB.
Thank you. Did that work?
It did, thanks.
Yay. Thank you. Thanks for staying with us late tonight. I just want to point out a couple of things. I'm not going to spend too much time. We've been in front of you before. The work that you have done so far is incomplete. And I'm not seeing from any of you or seeing from the city council a way to capture the 16% of youth that you're leaving behind. There isn't any policy on the table that I see or any of my allies see that actually closes this gap. It's a severe gap. And it's a gap that impacts our most vulnerable citizens in Missoula. When we look at the issue of equity and systematic racism, leaving a gap of this nature without a solution is not acceptable. That's why you're getting resistance from the public health community about an incomplete policy. Incomplete in the fact that Native Americans are going to be more impacted in Missoula. Incomplete in the fact that LGBT communities can be more impacted in Missoula. I understand that having talked to most of you, you're comfortable with this, moving this policy forward. We're not going to be able to change that tonight. But what you can do tonight is to figure out how you're going to address and in what timeline the gap that's being created here. And as someone who is, I would say, really come to address tobacco issues, whenever we create a gap, people are going to be harmed. And this happened with our smoke-free policy when we passed it in Missoula. We excluded bars. That really impacted women who worked in bars, low-income people who worked in bars. So when we look at any policy, and I would encourage you to do this, is adapt a way to fill in this gap, this incomplete policy that you're more than likely to pass tonight. With that, realize that we all pay for the marketing of this industry. We each individually pay $750 a year because of tobacco addiction. If we could do that intervention, we can save people money. It would be a more equitable system around healthcare, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. And someone identified only as John.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for letting me take another shot at this. I had some technical problems earlier. My name is John Monahan. I'm the sales manager with Noon's Food Stores here, and you listened to Earl a little bit earlier. And I just want to commend the council for addressing a very volatile, very emotional topic. I appreciate your willingness to work with both sides. No one's going to be happy with this ordinance. There are going to be people that don't get what they want out of the ordinance. We understand that. And without really being very repetitive, I really want to point out 3 council members that we had specific contact with that really went out of their way to see both sides of this story. That would be Councilmember Fasika, Councilmember Anderson, and Councilmember Harp, that were willing to listen to especially the retailer side of this topic, and to understand that we believe in our industry that it's all of our responsibilities to make sure that we keep restricted products out of the hands of the youth. And that goes past tobacco, it goes to alcohol as well. And one of the points that I wanted to make is a woman earlier was talking about how she started smoking and she never got those cigarettes from a store. We are the first line of defense. We're the people that are keeping those products away from the youth more often than not. And Earl has talked about our exceptional pass-fail rate on our stings. We're in the 90s. We're in the high 90s, actually. And that as we're looking at, I think the fine will go, I think Councilmember Jones said that the fine will go to the location, not to the individual that makes the sale. Just so you understand our policy, if an employee makes a sale to a minor, if they violate the law, they are terminated. And that's how strongly we hold our fiduciary obligation with the community to make sure that we're helping keep that product out of those children's hands. Also, just want to make sure that we're not passing an ordinance that will be more deleterious for the retail locations and make it that much more difficult for us to make steps. I think it's a great first step. I'd love, as Stacey Anderson and I spoke on the phone today, as we move forward, we'd love a seat at the table to help find some other solutions that we can do to again, strengthen our community's effort to keep restricted products away from the youth. And I just, again, I was somewhat personally offended earlier today or in the meeting today when over and over and over you were attacked for not doing the right thing. And I think that on a continuous basis, especially with my experience with the council in the last month and a half, I think you've done a phenomenal job on all the topics that we've covered, whether it's low-income housing or trails. I'm excited about the Deanstone Mountain Trail. I'm excited about you trying to help us restrict these products. And again, we want to work with you. We don't want an adversarial relationship with the council. We want to work together to come up with common solutions. So I just commend you all for your work and thank you very much.
Thank you. I have caller number 5495. Hello, caller 5495. Caller 5495. Okay. Pardon me. Caller 2806. It's the last digits of your phone number, 2806. Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mary Zarmak, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Government Affairs for Smoker Friendly. We have several stores throughout the state of Montana, and one in your beautiful city of Missoula. We're a Colorado-owned company, but we've done business in Montana for 47 years, so we've always been in the Rocky Mountain states. And I would just like to reiterate a little bit of what John and Earl had to say from a retail position, that we appreciate, that you have listened to us as retailers and as responsible retailers of a very highly regulated, very highly taxed product. And, we more than anyone do not want that in the hands of our children in any of the communities where we do business. I might add, as we talk about flavors, I feel like, menthol comes up. Certainly, obviously, the vaping flavors and the problems we've had with vaping, albeit I don't think through our retail operations, getting into the hands of our youth. But there are literally hundreds of traditional tobacco products that are old tobacco products, such as pipe tobacco and premium cigars. And in a store like ours, a tobacconist type of store with a humidor, this would devastate a business like ours if you were to change the direction that you have already kind of decided to take in this ordinance. And so I just wanted to mention that. I also wrote a letter to all of the council members, and I appreciate some of the response I got. But my hometown of Boulder, Colorado, which is also a progressive town, as you are all aware, a college town and very progressive, we were able to come to a conclusion of taking flavored vape out of the stores. And we continue to provide data to the city of Boulder. Would be happy to do that to the city of Missoula. The city of Boulder has been very happy with what's happened, and it's probably, the most progressive town in all of Colorado, which says something right now in our world. And they've been very pleased with the results they're seeing of keeping these products out of the hands of youth. I think that, as we talk about menthol cigarettes or any other adult commodities, we have an issue, I think, with our children and our parents if they are getting their hands on these types of products from retail stores because they're not going in and buying them. So I just like you to know that. I mean, you have to be 21 years old of age to get any of our tobacco products, flavored or not, and we take it very seriously. And then I guess the last thing I'd like to say, again, I thank you for all the work you're doing on this. And I thank you for the compromise that you're making with your retailers. I think it's important to take a look at your business community, and a good community you have with the noon stores and the town pump stores and many people that are business friends of mine for many years and very, very good business people. I think that you need to realize that, the last people that want these products in these kids' hands is us. I mean, we take it very seriously. Alcohol's been brought up, and now you've, as a state, and I can speak very clearly about this, state of Colorado has had recreational marijuana, and alcohol, and by the way, flavored alcohol and marijuana with flavors are way worse for our.
We hit the 4-minute mark. And Carly Schaefer.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Carly Schaefer. I'm the Retail General Manager for Great Western Petroleum. I've talked on here a few times. I just wanted to say thank you to the council members just for the ongoing meetings and talking and trying to figure things out that was going to be best for everybody while trying to protect the kids, but not putting people out of jobs. So thank you. I really appreciate you hearing us out on that. I did just want to say 21 years of age, we all know that's a thing, and we haven't had that in effect for a year yet, which I personally believe that, you know, when most people start, it's when they are in high school. So the fact that that's out of high school is great. I also wanted to say, well, basically everybody else kind of covered this recently who just spoke between flavors and non-flavors. We kind of live in a world of flavors, whether it's alcohol or it's cigarettes or now marijuana. And I just think the biggest impact, oh, this was the other thing, excuse me. So the 21 years of age and the fact that I didn't realize that there were some locations that actually had tobacco products in front of the counter. And I think that right there, just by bringing up this whole conversation and trying to figure out a solution, that helped. I've actually gone around to some of our competitors just to kind of see what was going on. And I've noticed that they have, the ones that did have that have removed them. So that right there, I think will be huge as well. So 21 years of age, out of high schools, and you can't get it in reach. So anyways, thank you for all your time and listening to all of us on all sides. I really appreciate it, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, and thanks to all of the folks who participated this evening. Discussion among council members. Ms. Wasika, on the motion.
Thank you. As you all know, I've been very outwardly outspoken against this. But I don't want to repeat myself, but I do want to remind everyone that this is a huge win for Big Tobacco. The vape stores that I've talked with, they have no products in their vape stores that come from Big Tobacco. Notice how Big Tobacco lawyers didn't show up this evening. It's because they got what they wanted. Like Ms. Shaver said, that the 21 years of age restriction that just came into place less than a year ago, I humbly and I respectfully ask my fellow colleagues who have not yet made up their mind to wait and look at the data and see if that had any impact on this. Let's not pass this tonight. Let's see if that age increase has any effect on the underage use. And then we can go from there. So I please just ask my colleagues to wait before we put people out of business, before we put families without jobs, before we shut down these businesses that still have to pay leases during this holiday season and during this pandemic on our hands. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Merritt.
Thank you, and thanks for everyone who's spent a whole lot of time on this. We've looked at a lot of angles. The most important thing for me is that before the vaping products came on the market, there had been a 70% reduction in youth tobacco use. And that was when menthol cigarettes and wintergreen chew were on the market. Overall, there was a big, big drop in youth tobacco use. And now we see that the use of nicotine-containing products has risen drastically, but because of the predatory marketing to our kids with the candy flavors and the easily concealable products. My goal as a sponsor of this legislation was to try and cut off an avenue through which our children have been obtaining these products that were designed specifically to get them hooked on nicotine so that they'll be under the control of the tobacco and vaping industry for the rest of their lives. This legislation is not going to solve all the problems. We know that there's still going to be tobacco products, whether they're menthol or regular tobacco products on the market, killing people. It's a fact. And if we had the ability to get rid of all of them, that'd be great. We don't have that ability. I also wanted to just quickly address this suggestion that the answer to this problem is to punish kids. And that's just nothing short of victim blaming. It was adults who decided to aggressively market flavored vaping products to our children. The fact that our kids got addicted to nicotine is no accident. It was by design. The fact is, tobacco prevention efforts had been working well with our youth up until the advent of the flavored vaping products. This tired mantra that all kids lack is good parenting is simply not borne out by the evidence. What hope do our kids have, or the parents have, in the face of these multi-million-dollar marketing campaigns? In addition, this good parenting argument comes from a place of incredible privilege. We know that there's kids in our communities who don't have the benefit of good role models. And are we to simply abandon those kids because of circumstances over which they have no control? This, to me, is all about focusing on our children and trying to save them from the predatory practices of this industry. And I am in support. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Actually, if I could ask Arwen, who is with the Missoula City County Health Board, who is on this call, we had meant at the very beginning to have her present a couple of slides. So if you wouldn't mind allowing her to bring those slides up, I'll let her cue those up while I make my comments, if that is allowed.
Yeah, what are we going to see that's going to add to the body of knowledge?
She has some Missoula specific data that we'd like to share.
Okay.
Thanks so much. So I appreciate the comments from everyone tonight and from Ms. Merritt. We have been taking this issue up for quite some time, and I do want to address the kind of language around the fact that this is punishing children. The additional revisions that we made under 3.8.060, that's just reiterating state law that is already on the books. We did not create a separate or new ordinance that is punishing youth if they are caught with it. It is just restating what is already on the books. Obviously, we want youth to not be taking up smoking, taking up any sort of tobacco product, but we wanted to make sure that all avenues were covered within this ordinance. E-cigarettes is the highest form of tobacco use for Montana youth. 1 in 3 high school or youth in Montana are currently using e-cigarettes. Youth use e-cigarettes 5 times more than adults. From 2017 to 2019 in the state of Montana, the frequency of youth using e-cigarette products, vaping products, went up by 243%, and daily use went up by 263%. These are outrageous numbers, and the information that we have been presented on council by the advocates, by the health department, reiterates the fact that vaping products and youth is spinning out of control, and it is our job on council, when presented with such facts, to address it, and I feel like this ordinance does exactly that. Arwen, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, so I would like to hand it over to you to share your screens and share the few slides that you have. I feel like this information really shows the need for such an ordinance, why it is that we are passing it, and I'll let you quickly take it from here and the rest of my comments.
All right, can you guys see that?
Yes, we can.
All right, I'll try and be quick because you kind of covered some main points there. So again, thank you all for giving me a little time just to show the data points on why we need to move forward with supporting an ordinance. As we all know, tobacco continues to be the leading cause of preventable disease, and nearly all tobacco products use begins during youth and young adulthood. Recent changes in the tobacco landscape and the introduction of electronic cigarette devices have shifted the types of tobacco products youth use. The progress made in working toward a 2-decade decline in overall tobacco use is now being undone due to e-cigarettes. As this chart shows, e-cigarettes are now the most commonly used tobacco product among youth, both nationally and among Montana youth. In the 2019 Youth Risk Behavior Survey shows 58% of Montana high school students have used e-cigarettes, putting Montana right at the top of ever used e-cigarettes use in the nation for high school students. And here's the charts that are the data you just pointed out. So frequent e-use, wow, I can't talk at this point in the night. Frequent use of e-cigarette products by Montana high school students has increased 243% from 2017 and 2019, making e-cigarettes the most commonly used tobacco product. With over half of Montana high school students having tried e-cigarettes and 1 in 3 high school students currently using e-cigarettes, we can see these numbers are alarming. And although the numbers I'm presenting here on the screen are for high school students, I also want to remind folks that the e-cigarette use tripled among middle school students in the same time period. And we know youth are uniquely at risk for long-lasting effects of nicotine exposure as their brains are still developing and making permanent connections. And I also just want to point out the research also shows that youth who use e-cigarettes are 4 times more likely to become cigarette smokers, as well as currently high school students are using e-cigarettes at 5 times the rate of Montana adults. Flavored tobacco products are often the first product youth and young adults ever use, as the studies show 96% of 12 to 17-year-olds who initiate e-cigarette use started with a flavored product. 70% of youth and young adults report flavors are the reason they continue. Flavors improve the taste and reduce the harshness of tobacco products, making them more appealing and easier for young people to use. And they also create the impression that these products are less harmful than they really are. And it's not just the flavor themselves that is appealing, but their colorful and kid-oriented packaging with kid-centric product names, as many people mentioned tonight. So again, flavors make it easier to become addicted, as well as prolonging addiction of current users, and eliminating flavors has shown to be effective in reducing youth initiation of tobacco products. And just a quick note, the federal flavor ban on flavored products exempted many products, allowing for many loopholes. And the Tobacco 21 policy is beneficial in slowing the access of products reaching youth, but by itself is not sufficient enough and needs to be accompanied by complementary policies such as the one presented tonight. The ordinance presented tonight limits the availability of highly appealing and addictive flavor products. And although not comprehensive, it does capture the current youth flavored vaping epidemic that parents, schools, healthcare providers, public health experts, and community residents are concerned about. This is a good first step to address the crisis of youth and tobacco use. And the Missoula City County Health Department supports the ordinance, but is also on board to continue to work towards implementing the Board of Health's resolution that includes the restriction of all flavored products. And again, thank you for the time, and I hope I got through that pretty quick, and I will quickly stop sharing here. And I kind of left a couple things out just because it's been covered throughout the night.
Thank you, Ms. Wheelander. And Mr. Von Lossberg.
Thanks. Try to be fairly brief. I'm not one of the original sponsors of the ordinance, but I plan to support it this evening. I appreciate my colleagues' comments earlier, Ms. Merritt, Ms. Anderson. I concur with them on all the points they made. When discussions about this first started, and I think this is ties in well with the information that Arwen just presented. You know, the focus on this was the vaping epidemic among the youth. I think this ordinance is a positive step forward in that, but I want to take a stab and address briefly the equity issue that's been raised by a number of the proponents. We have heard from many opponents of the ordinance that it'll have no effect. I don't believe that's going to be the case. I think it's going to have an effect, but we've heard sort of the far end of the spectrum on that. And we've heard from a number of proponents that the ordinance falls short, and that if only we were including all of the flavored products, that would close the gap completely. I don't believe either of those situations to be true. And in fact, on the equity point, I would, looking at the testimony we've heard over many weeks through a different lens, suggest that were we to completely accept the argument that the full ordinance would close that gap completely, would be naive and unlikely to be truthful in the end. And I think it would do that group of people who we all recognize at risk and are interested in serving a disservice to think that restricting the flavored sales simply here in Missoula with the internet and with the proximity to availability in surrounding communities, that would just close that gap completely. And as a number of people have articulated, sort of take all those products off the market. I don't believe that it would. So, you know, Ms. Dudick, I appreciate her comments. I think there is an opportunity to look at the data going forward. It was suggested that this ordinance tonight in its current form creates a gap, and I disagree with that. This ordinance eats into a gigantic gap and solves, makes a big step forward. It leaves work to be done. I grant that. But this ordinance doesn't create that gap. It leaves, as I said, work to be done. But I would suggest that it would have been a bit naive of us to think that the full ordinance would have closed that completely. So I appreciate the work by the sponsors on this from City County Health, all of the testimony we've heard for and against. And as I said, I plan to support the ordinance in its current form.
Ms. Jones on the motion.
Thank you. I do want to address several points, but first I also wanted to say that a lot of time and work has gone into this, and this will affect businesses if it passes tonight. That is not taken lightly by this council. I think that's a very serious impact that we are considering, but the health issues that we are seeing with the youth in Missoula as vaping has turned into an epidemic, in my mind, outweighs that. So I just wanted to acknowledge, first of all, this is not done lightly. There's been a lot of thought that's gone into this, but the vaping epidemic is huge and it needs to be addressed. We need to start making some inroads. So there were several things I wanted to bring up. The 2019 Missoula Youth Behavior Survey, which is based on Missoula data, showed that in the last 30 days, when this survey was taken, 38% of Missoula youth had tried vaping. They were either vaping a lot or vaping a little, but they had done it within the last 30 days. That is much higher than the national average for 2019 across America. So we need to be paying attention to that. This is not only a big problem across America, this is even bigger in Missoula. All the more reason why we need to be handling this. I wanted to point out what a different product this is than cigarettes. It is, when someone walks into a room and lights up a cigarette, you smell it immediately. It's very strong. This is at our schools. It's in the bathrooms at the schools it's being done. It's in the hallways, and it is in the classrooms. And I asked quite a few people last week, how is this happening in the schools? Explain, how is it working? Do you see the smoke? Can you smell it? Because I wanted to be really specific about this. And the answer I got is, yeah, the kids are doing it in class. And you know what they do is, first of all, it's vapor, so you don't see it nearly as much as smoke. They blow it into their hoodie, like that. Or they blow it into their shirt sleeve, and so you don't see it, or they blow it under their desk, and the teachers aren't catching it. And it's a much more subtle smell than cigarette smoke. So it's everywhere in the schools. And all of the kids know that it's happening in the schools. So we need to handle this. There has been discussion that this is a cessation device, and there was a guest opinion in the Missoulian a few weeks ago by someone from California who weighed in to let us know that in the United Kingdom, vaping is a cessation device and it works there and they don't have a problem. So first of all, to just correct the facts on the record, in the United Kingdom, they highly regulate their vaping products, and they have 17 milligrams of nicotine per ounce. That's all it's allowed in vaping products in the UK. In America, we have 54 milligrams of nicotine per ounce. So we have much stronger vapes, and that is not considered a cessation device even by our FDA here in America. I also wanted to point out that vaping, so it has a very high nicotine level. For kids who are starting it or trying it, it's highly addictive, very easy to get addicted to. Their brain chemistry, they are set up to even be more susceptible to the addiction. And the nicotine exposure damages their brains. Nicotine exposure in youth can disrupt the formation of brain circuits that control attention, learning, impulse control, and mood. So pretty hard to mature when those traits are being greatly impacted by nicotine. So this is very serious. This isn't just something kids are doing that doesn't have any impact. It has a huge impact on them for the rest of their lives, much less the crossover to cigarette smoking. So I appreciated the graphs that Arwen put up, because what it points out is 10 years ago, we were doing so much better. We had actually gotten, as I think, as Julie Merritt pointed out, we had gotten down to a much lower rumble of tobacco use amongst our youth. And now with vaping, it's anywhere from double to tripled in terms of the amount of kids who are using tobacco products. So I think it is incumbent upon us to address this as best we can. And given that we have limited tools, I think we have tried to craft a constructive ordinance that will address it as best we can here in Missoula. The one thing I just also want to mention is there's been a lot of discussion about the fact that in December of 2019, just a little less than a year ago, the FDA changed the legal age of using tobacco from 18 to 21. It went into effect immediately. So a couple of months later, the CDC did a study to determine what impact did that have. And I really don't agree with the argument that, oh, we just need to let that play itself out. If it's effective immediately, there should have been a lot less kids getting this product. But they were still getting the product. And what the CDC found was instead of 1 in 4 high schoolers vaping, 1 in 5 were. So it helped, but it certainly did not solve the problem by any stretch of the imagination. And that's why I think it's incumbent on local jurisdictions to do what they can. And finally, I just wanted to say that I would love to do a really broad ordinance that addressed all of these products, but I do feel like we have had to look closely at what the problem is and how can we address this issue of vaping, which has changed the circumstances of tobacco use of our youth in Missoula. How can we address that? And I think we've got a well-written ordinance that I hope will stand up in court that addresses that causation factor and tries to address it. And really, I hope in a couple of years, a few years down the road, that there is more support holistically across Montana to address this issue more than we are doing now. But I think it's a good, strong start, and we need to pass this ordinance and see where it gets us in the next few years. Thank you.
Ms. West.
Thank you. I also am in support of this ordinance. I think, first of all, I want to thank Myrta and Gwen and Stacy and Julie for putting a whole lot of work into this, as well as the many staff hours behind this. I think that we are locally in a position of tackling a problem that is huge. It's much better than we are, and really we are where we are today because of a failure of national leadership for the last 12 years or so since these became a readily available product. I think this ordinance addresses e-cigarettes, which is clearly a huge issue in our community, and also is a gateway to creating lifelong nicotine users. I do think that in some ways what we're seeing in the United States is unique because of our lack of regulation and control in actually using the option to vape as a cessation device. I will reference the podcast I listened to I guess it was about a year ago now, which is the Freakonomics podcast, The Truth About Vaping. I assume that the editorial in the newspaper referenced similar research that compared us to the UK, where a very different approach was taken, and there wasn't a similar rise in youth use especially, which leaves us in the unfortunate position of having to try and address these things on a local scale. And in some ways, it's an absolutely unfair fight, as I think everyone knows. It doesn't address the marketing, for example, that's coming from outside of our community and is targeting our youth. And in that limited sphere of control, I think this is the most effective way of benefiting the most and the most vulnerable in our community. So, thanks.
Ms. Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I became aware of this issue several years ago, and I'd like to share a few things with you that I have learned while researching and learning about this topic. In 2007, the first e-cigarette was introduced in the United States. In 2015, Juul Labs introduced Juul into the market, and it revolutionized the vaping experience. With flavors, creative, and concealable packaging, it became very popular among youth. In 2016, the FDA was given authority to start regulating these products. In July of 2019, we saw the first cases of EVALI, or e-cigarette or vaping product use associated lung injury, with over 1,000 cases and 18 deaths attributed to vaping-related pulmonary illnesses. And since then, the federal government has made slow progress on regulating these products, leaving it up to states and local municipalities to find ways to regulate them. In the meantime, the number for Missoula kids trying vapes for the first time continue to increase. According to the 2019 Missoula County Youth Risk Behavior Survey, more than 50% of high school students responded that they had used an electronic vaping product, and more than 38% responded that they had used an electronic vapor product in the past 30 days. In the meantime, physicians are trying to figure out how to best help children who are chronically addicted to nicotine. Because while nicotine replacement therapies like the nicotine patch or gum are safe and can be effective for adults, the research supporting their use in children doesn't yet exist. So what is an e-cigarette? Nicotine is a chemical that causes addiction. Studies have found that even e-cigarettes claiming to be nicotine-free contain trace amounts of nicotine. They also include heavy metals such as nickel, tin, and lead, and other chemicals like propylene, glycol, glycerin, flavors, all linked to lung diseases and cancer. These are the chemical names for toxic and poisonous ingredients. It's what makes e-cigarettes work and what is inhaled by kids when they vape. As parents, as adults, we know not to leave poison within the reach of children. We see this in numerous everyday household items. So we store them in a place where kids cannot reach them. So why shouldn't that logic then be applied to tobacco products, especially when the marketing strategies used by the tobacco industry is to attract children to these products? So this ordinance, if adopted, would prohibit the self-serve access to these products. We know these products, their flavors, odor-enhancing ingredients, and packaging make them very easy to be concealed, allowing kids to use them in many public spaces, including our schools. We know in no uncertain terms that our youth is being relentlessly targeted by the tobacco industry. We also know that the production and consumption of flavored tobacco products has increased exponentially in the past few years, particularly among teenagers in Missoula. We have received numerous calls to action from doctors, school teachers, mothers, and young members of this community to do what's needed to prevent youth addiction to tobacco products. It is important to recognize that all tobacco products are dangerous. All flavored tobacco products make it easier to get addicted. And while many would argue that e-cigarettes and vaping has helped them quit, many more, particularly those who are very young, would tell you that it's an initiation tool, a tool so powerful, so addictive, so popular, that has become an epidemic in this country and in this community. Additionally, as Ms. Jones mentioned, the FDA does not consider this a cessation tool. There have been many arguments made for not passing an ordinance such as this. One has been the legal parameters of this ordinance. Yes, the tobacco industry depends on young smokers and consumers to continue to profit. This ordinance is likely to be litigated by the tobacco industry, but we have before us an ordinance that is well-researched, legally reviewed, and widely supported. Important laws in this nation that protect our health and public safety are the product of litigation. Litigation should not be a deterrent for protecting members of our most vulnerable population and our future generations. Another argument that has been made is that the responsibility of youth access to tobacco and addiction to tobacco should be placed on the parents, the grown-ups in the family. That argument assumes that such an environment exists for all young people in this community. That is a privilege not all kids have in this town or in this country. We oftentimes hear that it takes a village to raise a kid, and that is true. This city council, this governing body, is part of that village. Finally, there's the financial argument. Yes, unfortunately, this ordinance will have an impact on the pocketbooks of many, but not passing this ordinance will continue to be an impact on everyone's pocketbook. That's because you and I and everyone helps pay public and private healthcare expenditures caused by smoking and tobacco addiction, which now amounts to approximately $170 billion per year. If at the end of the day, we have to put all these arguments on one side of the balance with protecting our youth on the other, I will vote to support the latter. While this ordinance will not fix the decades-long tobacco issues that affect this country, I believe that it will help protect, to the best of its ability, the health and the safety of our youth by making it more difficult to access products that we know are causing a health epidemic. I believe that we need to continue to be vigilant of new tobacco products that will undoubtedly enter the market. I encourage the advocates and everyone interested in this topic to be more involved, to become more involved in the Missoula Underage Substance Abuse Program. My hope is that if we pass this ordinance, we will continue to assess this ordinance and potentially broaden its scope once data has been collected so that we can act according to what is needed in the future. But until then, I will wholeheartedly support this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ramos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was just jotting down a few notes during the meeting and looked back, and it turns out I have a bit of a manifesto going here, so I'm going to try and keep it quick. I'm going to try and eloquently describe the dissent of this decision, as well as my colleagues have described their support for it, because I do have a lot of respect for all the members of this body, especially those who spoke tonight in a very passionate and eloquent way. So it seems to me that we have another juxtaposition here. Support this ordinance and strip people of their individual choice and liberty, or else you want kids to die, you support racism, and you want inequality. This is certainly not the case. I just do not believe that bans work. Just like the drug war, I am not pro-drug use by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm very anti-drug war. The reason why is because the government makes this issue, much like the issues of the drug war, simply making it worse, encouraging people to get into the cycle of poverty and the cycle of our criminal justice system. I am not pro-youth vaping, but I am pro-liberty and pro-choice for adults. As someone who grew up in Libby, Montana, where lung disease is prevalent, and someone who just recovered from COVID, I appreciate the passion of the sponsors trying to protect our kids and our youth as a whole. However, this is another example of just a difference of opinion of how we think that the government should function. I view the government as a necessary evil that should have few duties, but to allow citizens to make their own decisions for themselves and their family. The fact of the matter is that this, with so many other things government does, has consequences that long outlive the perceived benefits of the perceived ordinance, much like the war on drugs. The war on drugs was also created with the best of intentions, but as you can see, that has been the most devastating to our minority and impoverished communities. Everyone here agrees that kids vaping is a huge issue. However, like most everything the government does, this ban does not address that. This bans the use of these products for adults, not for kids. And it does that because vaping for kids is already illegal. This will do nothing to lower the usage for kids. Like any other government ban, this will punish legal purchases of these products, not the already illegal usage taking place. If legislation worked, then no kids would be using vape as it is, because again, it is already illegal if you're under the age of 21 and to a few months ago, 18. That means that these kids are getting it online or from 21-year-olds already, or maybe on some cases, they're being able to buy it without being carded, but that sounds like it is a very rare occurrence. Following the logic, 21-year-olds can drive 5 miles to Lolo or Frenchtown to still continue to buy these kids vape. If we're concerned about kids not being carded, then we need to look into greater sting operations, because I do not believe that this is the case. People on this call have already said that most kids are getting this from an older buyer. This just adds a few cent markup to cover the gas mileage for the purchaser of the tobacco. This is, in my opinion, clearly a job for parents and not the government. It's interesting that a lot of folks supporting this ban are simultaneously supporting the legalization of marijuana that happened this cycle, and it currently is on the rise among youth. I get the flavored tobacco argument targeting kids. I know a lot of adults, however, that love candy flavored vapes as well as other types of these flavored vape products. Look at all the kid flavored alcohol. Should we ban that too? Missoula is also far above the national average when it comes to underage drinking as well. Meth use is on the rise. Should we ban the sale of that? What about heroin? Should we ban the sale of that? How about opiates? Let's ban the sale of that. We already have. These drugs that end up in the hands of kids travel thousands of miles. You don't think the kids are going to be able to get tobacco products, vape products, I should say, that are 5 miles away? You're not banning flavored nicotine problems for kids. That is already banned. You're banning it for adults. That's all it is. Let's be honest about this. Another thing is it's super arrogant statement by the government that it knows better than you do. It does not know how to raise your kids better than you do, and that is, in my opinion, a very arrogant statement of the government. We are elected to preserve liberties, not strip people of them. The way politicians on all sides wield their power over kids' lives is like a kid that found their dad's gun. They have no respect for the consequences of their actions. They have no vision for the consequences of their actions. It's immediate. Like many things, especially during COVID, this is nothing more than authoritarianism masked in humanitarianism. It is a terrifying thought, and there are no reservations for most politicians and bureaucrats in doing such a ban in search of the utopia, seeking results that are not proven to come. The citizens will be left in the wake of our reckless use of power. The current laws aren't working. Why in the world would we think that more laws would make it any better? All we are doing is taking away the livelihoods of local business owners during a pandemic and inflicting our will on legally consenting adults. It creates a needless lawsuit where we ourselves are putting the money of others on the line if we are to lose that lawsuit. In America, unlike many other nations, we all have choices. Not all of those choices are good, but they are ours and ours alone to make. And to me, that's what makes our country beautiful, and that's what makes America great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
And Ms. Hart.
Thank you. I've been thinking about this long and hard for the last number of weeks, and over this very well-intentioned ordinance. I listened to proponents for the ordinance at length. I was invited to visit some convenience stores to see how their operations ran and to really kind of get a firsthand feel for it. And I have to say, I vacillated considerably over these weeks. So then I started having to think about something a little deeper. And I decided to go a little more personal. And I thought about my own mother, who started smoking when she was 18. She smoked through 7 full pregnancies. And being the eldest of those 7, there were many, many times where me and my siblings would judge my mother for her smoking addiction, because we oftentimes had utilities cut off, and we understood that SNAP benefits gave us food, but the cash that my mom and dad earned sometimes went to things like cigarettes. There were even times that she sent me to the local Stop and Go and pick up her cigarettes back in those days. Thankfully, that does not happen today. But when I think about it, why did my mother smoke? It was often because she was trying to cope with poverty. And no matter how good the science is, the reality is that a lot of folks out there, whether they smoke cigarettes, they vape, they smoke marijuana, drink alcohol, we all do it because we are trying to cope with stress. And that was just one thing that my mother and I disagreed upon. The second one was unexpected pregnancies. And she was very much a pro-lifer. And I was too, until I became educated about the other possibilities. And as I went to college and I realized that I was destined to do something greater than just be a mother, but that I had other things that I could possibly do. I realized that my small family of what I thought would be 5 kids, I realized I could only manage 2. And so that was another thing she and I disagreed about. But I realized that I was actually very pro-choice of what happens to my body and what goes into it. And I don't feel that I'm in a position to dictate how one should cope in this world. We have a pandemic that is affecting a lot of people in really traumatic ways, and losing a job, losing their housing, whatever it might be, triggers a lot of stress. And I understand vaping is a terrible thing and something that I've cautioned my daughters against. And they have to make those very same decisions for themselves. And so I come back to this point where I just don't feel that it's my position is one to tell someone else what to do with their own body. I feel that parents should be allowed to parent as they see fit. I understand that not all households are in that kind of situation, but I also see education comes through in many different ways, and that we can figure out ways to help young people not get addicted. But it also means just being able to speak to youth. And I think a lot of times they're wanting to hear from us, but we tend to be preachy. And we tell people what they should or should not do instead of giving them the information and educating them about it so that they can be inspired to become the people that they are destined to be. So I will not be supporting this ordinance. I appreciate really all the effort that has gone into it, but I cannot morally support telling someone else what to do with their bodies. Thank you.
Ms. Cheryl.
I
promise I'll be brief because I think many of my colleagues have made points that I would agree with. I first want to disclose that I am doing work for Montana Kids versus Big Tobacco, not in Missoula, but in other places in the state. So I want that on the record. You know, this is an epidemic. We have been shown that it is an epidemic. And I don't think that this does every single thing, and it will not protect every single kid. But we're at the point that it is going to be a major, major health crisis for us in 10 years with these kids. You know, we're already seeing EVALI. So, you know, I won't go on and on because I think my colleagues that are supporting this have already articulated a lot of it. But, you know, we need to protect our kids. And I think this doesn't do everything, but it is a first step in doing that.
All right, seeing no further discussion, we've had plenty of public comment and we will have a roll call vote.
I'm sorry, I don't remember where we left roll off. I think we're somewhere around Ramos.
No.
Yeah, just a second. There you go. Cheryl.
Yes.
Vasika.
No.
Von Lossberg.
Yes.
West.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Contos.
No.
Harp.
No.
Hess.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Merritt.
Yes.
Would any of you like to change your vote? There's 8 ayes and 4 nays.
And the motion is approved. We have no additional items for final consideration this evening. I will pass on communications from the mayor and begin general comments from council members with Mr. Contos.
No, thanks. Thank you.
Ms. Merritt.
I'll pass. Thanks.
Ms. Harp.
I will pass.
Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know everyone's heard a lot from all of us, but I do want to say one thing real super quick. That I know this week is Thanksgiving and some families will be gathering in person and others will be gathering via Zoom and others will just be in each other's thoughts. But I do ask that our community take a moment to think about the 614 families who are going to be missing a loved one because of COVID. That is how many people have died in Montana thus far because of COVID. And that's just those that are reported COVID death. There are more because of that. So 614 families this holiday season are missing somebody that was hopefully with them last holiday season. Here locally, there are 441 families. So all of us, unfortunately, the pandemic has reached the stage where we all know somebody who's had it, and we all sadly know have gotten to the point where we all know someone who's died. So please continue to do all the things that you know you should be doing so that Christmas, when I make this announcement, the meeting right before Christmas, that these numbers haven't significantly gone up. And for the love of our healthcare system, all of us are starting to hear the stories about the unimaginable pressures and stressors that the people who feel a calling to public service in their own way to serve and care for us are going under. And take a moment to give thanks for them this holiday season, keep them in your thoughts, and do the right thing for them and for everybody else in our community. Thank you.
Mr. Von Lossberg.
Pass, thank you.
Ms. Jones.
So we've had a lot of heavy topics tonight, and I just wanted to bring a happy one to the table, and that is I want to give a shout out to the Sentinel High School Spartan football team that went off to Billings last week and got the state championship, first time I think in about 3 decades. So congratulations to them. I know some of those boys and they are really nice kids. I know they worked hard and it's been a rough year. So my hat is off to the Sentinel Spartan football team. Thanks for Thanks for working hard this year and having a championship year. We appreciate it.
Ms. Cheryl,
I'll pass. Thank you.
Ms. Becerra,
I'll pass. Thank you.
Ms. West, Ms. Vasika.
As a former Spartan, I would like to echo Miss Jones and the congratulations to the Sentinel football team. Good job.
Mr. Ramos.
Mr. Mayor, as I mentioned a couple weeks ago, I got diagnosed with COVID, and I was lucky enough because myself and my fiance are both young and healthy, and we made a quick and speedy recovery. But not everybody has youth and health on their side, so I just ask that we really be cautious about who we're being with. I mean, us taking our own risks is one thing, but if we're around older family members, we need to be very, very cautious, as well as older people, or even out and about where somebody who's older can be touching. So we have to protect our vulnerable, we have to protect our sick, and we have to protect our elderly to get through this and go from there. So thank you all.
Mr. Hess.
Thanks, Mayor. I was going to pass, and then I felt compelled to not. I just want to take a moment to state how grateful I am for the privilege of serving with all of you in our community, which is such an engaging community. We have tough discussions all the time, and our community steps up to a number of challenges. I'm really grateful for that. There's aspects of this line of work that are incredibly challenging, but it is never fails to be rewarding. And so, among being grateful for my family and friends and my health in this challenging time, I'm grateful for the good work we do at the City of Missoula, and I wish all of you a very wonderful Thanksgiving, and I wish a wonderful Thanksgiving to everyone that's less fortunate than I am as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. We bounced around a great deal here, but I think back in order. Are there any additional items to be referred this evening? Seeing none, any miscellaneous communications, reports, petitions, or announcements? All right, did I forget anything this evening? All right, well, as always, I thank you for your service, and we will be adjourned.